Alright, I'm Michael Swenson. I'm going to, for the sake of my life and for the sake of others, for the sake of many good people in this nation, prove with reasonable and rational arguments, overwhelming scientific evidence that God exists. The reason I have to prove this is because God has revealed to me heinous crimes taking place in this nation. And if people don't even believe that God exists, they will not believe that God reveals to anyone such things. I will prove with reason and rational arguments and overwhelming scientific evidence that this Creator God is in fact the God of the Holy Bible. I will prove with evidence that there's been a serious effort at destroying the Christian heritage of America, and with intent to brainwash citizens in the very same way the fascist Nazis did in Germany to bring about the Holocaust of World War II, and that American citizens are being murdered in our nation's hospitals at the rate of over 1 million per year, in keeping with eugenic philosophy many in our government adopted shortly after receiving Nazis in our government following World War II via Project Paperclip and other undisclosed methods. I will prove that the theory of evolution is a religion being forced on our children against the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, that is a religion completely devoid of one shred of scientific evidence supporting its ignorant and irrational adherents, and that the only so-called theory of origin that is actually scientific support is that of intelligent design. That intelligent designer is in fact the God of the Holy Bible is overwhelmingly supported by the sciences. I'm alleging that by intent and treasonous acts, this country as it was founded is in great peril now, and citizens are in great peril by reasons of pervasive greed, corruption, ignorance, and apathy, and that I have actually survived homicide attempts and illegal incarceration because of this widespread epidemic of citizens devoid of the knowledge of God. I survived hospital homicides. I believe that the evidence I will provide will convince rational citizens that our lives and freedoms are in such serious peril, and we must all join together now and demand change for the better immediately in our nation instead of eloquent speeches and politics as usual. Specifically, because of pervasive greed and corruption, I will prove I have survived attempted homicides by my now ex-wife, doctors and nurses in 2 local hospitals, and that local and other governing authorities attempted homicide also participated in even more felony offenses, even felony sex offenses, in covering up the attempted homicides and other crimes of our governing authorities against the United States citizens and they have sworn to serve and protect. I will also prove with scientific evidence that there is a genetic trait wrongly being called Wilson's disease that affects at least 10% of the global populace, literally hundreds of millions, and leads to all known forms of serious ailments and terminal conditions by causing an accumulation of heavy metals in various parts of the body and blood flow stoppages in various capillaries or various organs, hence affecting those who have the trait in a variety of adverse ways because the abundance of our polluted air, food, and water now with heavy metals and other toxins. In a pristine and clean environment, the trait was probably beneficial as it helped to store needed microminerals and nutrients, but in today's polluted world is killing us off sooner than people who don't have the trait. In addition, these 600 million plus persons need to refuse all blood products, even O-negative blood during surgeries, and only pre-donate their own blood in case it's needed for scheduled surgeries. An incompatible blood transfusion is almost guaranteed death, but if you're so unfortunate to survive it as I have, it can result in lupus-like suffering of graft versus host, bone marrow aplasia, and iron poisoning from the acute hemolytic reaction of the destroyed bone marrow and blood cells in the body. Trust me, most tortures men have invented only attack regions of the body, but an incompatible blood transfusion attacks the body on a cellular level pervasively, resulting in extreme chronic fatigue, malaise, intense pain every waking moment. What's more is medical practitioners that actually know that only 60 milliliters of incompatible blood can kill you won't believe you when you tell them you survived but are intensely suffering from 3 whole units of incompatible blood. In their disbelief, they will, instead of looking at the medical evidence proving you are telling the truth, conclude you are paranoid, delusional, and threaten your freedom and your life by giving you medications that can kill you in your condition, as this is what has been done to me. So now I'm forced to go public, not only in an attempt to get competent medical care that can save my life, but to improve health care in general and to save other persons who will meet with these same evil and incompetent professionals to their deaths if I don't make the public aware of how truly dire the situation is. The reason I am going public with my testimony of events I have survived but am suffering horribly from are not just altruistic in nature, but a few reasons I hope will also be to my personal benefit. I am taking the time with telling you of homicides I have survived and other crimes because these mass murderers are loose in hospitals I have personally witnessed in 2 states in the inland Northwest, and by research I have discovered as a nationwide and even global crisis potentially affecting all citizens, as most of us in the civilized world will end up in a hospital before we die. I'm taking the time of telling you that when I went to all branches of government within the United States by fax, by email, by U.S. mail, and certified with return receipts, I've got proof and fax logs, and even in person, I was threatened, insulted, slandered, libeled, and an entire gang of sex offenders within the Sandpoint and Bonner County, and as far as the Spokane Police Departments, committed rape and adultery, some even in group orgies with my now ex-wife in exchange for keeping her out of jail for the attempted homicides on my life. Their sex crimes not only had the effect of leaving her, a murderer, loose in public, but mass murderers loose in the hospitals, and enabled her to also get away with defrauding me out of the better part of my estate, as she should have already been in prison when Dr. Joy and Dr. Cruz at Deaconess discovered she had been poisoning me. But for my organs and for $50,000 each, they agreed to murder me instead of turning her in. I know Jane Allen Risberg is so clever. She was also known as Jane Allen Craig and Jane Allen Swinson. Is so clever and so calculating that she would sucker some other innocent in for their estate and life insurance, and wouldn't hesitate to poison them as well, thinking no one would discover before they died. She is highly manipulative and can cry at will. She has studied people intensely for over 30 years and knows how to con the vast majority. She, like other individuals that commit the most heinous atrocities, are the hardest to convict, hide behind groups of close friends and colleagues that are clueless of their dark secret side and their evil deeds. She would probably go after someone not in the best of health or older, so their sickness would be covered by some other reasonable ailment, and pretend concern as she watched them die. She can shed tears at will, and is highly manipulative by being highly intelligent and having studied human behavior as a personal life counselor via astrology for over 30 years. She was so calculating that she tricked me into an illegal incarceration at NIBH Kootenai Medical Center, where I discovered that physicians and nurses there are also torturing and euthanizing innocent citizens at will, in addition to illegally confining them without due process of law. Most citizens that end up in mental ward that are not maltreated are the ones that have outside relatives and friends that visit them regularly, but certain percentage of the populace that have no such friends or family or outside persons that care are being abused, and some euthanized by toxic medications. I'm going public even though I'm a very private person, and even though every attempt thus far at trying to warn others has only resulted in harm to myself by threats to my freedom and my life, because people would rather believe that someone lost their senses than many serious criminals are loose in places of the highest public trust. I am testifying of mass murderers loose in Deaconess and Kootenai medical centers, despite the fact they have veritable armies of attorneys to protect their public reputation. So I'm risking what little is left of my estate, even though I've already lost my marriage, my home, my truck, most of my personal possessions, my health, and my ability to earn a living. Even my dog was shot primarily because my conscience won't allow me to just walk on pretending that everything will be all right if these persons and practices are not brought to the light so they can be arrested immediately. My conscience cares about what my God will say if I don't do everything in my power to stop these people. My conscience cares about other citizens, innocent citizens, because the suffering I'm enduring daily is so intense that no one should be subjected to what has happened to me. My conscience cares about the fact that persons so evil and persuasive have duped mass millions into believing lies that actually are harmful to them and their children by overwhelming evidence. My conscience will not allow me to watch this country and its freedoms destroyed without my personal participation in fighting patriotically that it remain a free nation under God with a free, unoppressed citizenry. My conscience will not allow me to ignore the pleas of the tortured and dying in America behind cold walls of steel and concrete. My conscience will not allow me to ignore the cries of those murdered infants through the mass infantile genocide occurring because of malicious eugenic fascism and personal greed and vice. My conscience will not ignore the weeping of the survivors of 9/11 who know they were betrayed to their deaths by our own governing authorities. My conscience will not be silent when there are so many unable to speak out and defend themselves because they have been so maltreated that they are left drooling on themselves, or because they are behind walls out of sight of the public eye, or because they are dying or already dead. Altruistically, I don't want what has happened to me to happen to anyone else, so I am openly pleading with all honest men and women of integrity to put pressure on any honest men and women of integrity and competence at all levels of government to help me effect the arrest of these persons who are choosing to do so evilly. Most of us can't even conceive of what they've done and are doing, let alone bring ourselves to do those things. So this is how these persons have been getting away with their evil so great and so long, is the rest of us are too trusting and too naive and don't even think on levels of that depravity. Besides the altruistic reasons, I have personal reasons for this effort. I am trying to find any competent, caring, and trustworthy medical professionals that realize I am telling the truth about the incompatible blood transfusion in Wilson's, and that it has caused me to be in intense pain and extreme fatigue daily for years now, so much pain that I'm having difficulty even presenting well and coherent at times, which is why I'm writing this, because my speech and manners due to the symptoms of my ailment can make others think I'm on drugs or mentally ill, rather than the truth that I am suffering horribly from what has been done to me, and the effect actually has affected my speech and appearance, and what it has done due to my genetic trait of Wilson's. I want to be specific about the physical and psychological torture I've been through, so there is a lasting record that may be used to prosecute in the event I die before I'm able to actually testify or am too ill to competently do so, as I have days where it is extremely difficult for me to speak or think because of the pain I'm suffering in. My ex-wife, Jane, who now calls herself Jane Allen Risberg, who was Jane Allen Swenson, in 2002 started poisoning me, although, of course, I did not realize that at the time. I was working full-time and going to school full-time, and with the commute was only getting about 3 hours of sleep per day regularly, so I figured my failing health after 2 years was due to overexertion. But during this time, Jane and I moved into our home on Kelso Drive in Spirit Lake East. I noticed field mice chewing on the weather stripping in our garage. I went to the local hardware store and purchased large boxes of Decon rat poison. When I got home, Jane was surprised that the poison wasn't dyed. I asked her what she meant, and she said companies started dyeing rat poison because too many people were being murdered by poisoning, according to a male nurse she had dated in an emergency ward. Anyway, she knew a lot more about poison than I did, and it kind of surprised me that apparently a lot of people are poisoned to death, but the public isn't told, because it's apparently so prevalent and easy. Authorities don't want the masses to know. Anyway, I put the box in the garage where I saw the most droppings and checked it the next day. The entire box was empty. It was a huge box, about 8 inches tall or so, and it was completely empty overnight. I thought we had a major infestation, so I purchased another 3 boxes that were rapidly devoured, or so I thought. I can't remember if it was a week later or 2, but one night a professor canceled class due to a personal emergency, and so I arrived home early. I did all the cooking, so when I walked into the house and something was boiling on the stove, I was curious. I looked into the boiling water and saw brownish, blackish pellets. In the bottom of the water. I know now that this was the poison that had disappeared from the boxes so rapidly. But at the time, because Jane was into stuff like Bach flower remedies and alternative aromatherapies, I thought it was some kind of, weird aromatherapy, because it didn't smell very good. And during the same time, I started developing the following symptoms: extreme fatigue, irritable bowel syndrome, spontaneous bruising, nausea, sexual dysfunction, inability to concentrate, extreme bloating after meals of drinking the poison, migraines for the first time in my life, extreme dizziness and nausea. It was during this time that Jane started implementing his and her orange juice containers. We had been married for years and she had never done this. I like my orange juice watered down for better hydration, so I didn't think anything of it when Jane claimed the reason for the separate containers of the same kind and brand of orange juice was she liked hers full strength and undiluted. I didn't realize during this time that she was using the poisoned water extract of having boiled the rat poison to water down my orange juice with. Now I look back on it and it all makes sense. She would never drink my orange juice, even when she was out and wanted orange juice to drink. She would send me downstairs to get her drinks at night and always ask me if the orange juice I had brought up for her was from her container. There were times when she was out, and so I was going to share mine, even times when I hadn't yet watered it down myself, and so I told her so, and she still refused to drink it. She was so evil she would actually, and pretty much always, ask me how I felt with a weird look on her face after I drank the orange juice. I actually thought she was concerned about me for working so hard at the time. About $500,000 in life insurance hung in the balance over my head as a warrant for my death, and she was the sole beneficiary of our estate should I die. Jane intermittently would threaten me during arguments, usually over money, and I remember times her threats were even as such as she could get away with murdering me, and that if it ever came down to my word against hers, people would always believe her and not me because of my past conviction. That over 20 years ago I went to prison convicted of armed robbery. You know, I thought when I met Jane, who was over $16,000 in unsecured debt and owned no real property, and was growing in debt constantly because she always lived above her means, that she actually loved me because I was poor, when all along she was thinking that I was the perfect sucker. With a record, nobody would believe me. She could sucker me into a large life insurance policy, poison me, and no one would be the wiser or even care. I was young, and she could slave me out to make her money so she could have an early retirement, and if I didn't measure up, poison me and still achieve her goals. With my diagnosed sleep apnea, she had the perfect cover for why I was getting more ill, except for many of the symptoms that were not explained by this, like the spontaneous bruising and the uncontrolled bleeding. Nevertheless, she was always there with the doctors to offer some other explanation as to why I was getting so sick, and to make certain none of them would think of poison. During the years she poisoned me, she would have me watch shows like Women Who Poison and other morbid shows about women who had committed heinous crimes, and ask me to watch and insist I watch, and ask me for my opinion afterwards. I can remember one time specifically after I was diagnosed with mononucleosis. I read a lab report on the internet that said from, an investigative research team that false positives of mononucleosis can be indicative of undiagnosed Wilson's disease. Since then, the government ordered those people to take that report off the internet. So, when I tested false positive for mononucleosis, and I had the x-rays proving also that I had undiagnosed Wilson's, and that it was all related. Instead, I was accused of being unfaithful when I was actually very sick in bed, and this was physically an impossibility for me. She wanted my opinion about women who had poisoned their husbands to death. In the show, because the husbands were dead and couldn't tell their side of the story, the convicted prisoners would always tell stories of horrendous abuses and infidelities. In other words, they always justified poisoning their husbands to death by blaming or claiming that their husbands were abusive, or it's just like, how people want to say that, when women are raped, that they somehow deserved it because of how they were dressed or what they did. Well, it's not their fault at all. So when she asked me, I responded that if the men really did all those things that those women claimed, I almost couldn't blame them, because they always would tell these stories of almost horrendous torture, man. that they were at their wits' end, and that they were fighting for their life. Little did I know, in her mind, she was seeking some kind of justification for what she was doing to me. More details of what she did to me is in a Dear Jane letter I wrote. But what I want people to know is that even if other people hadn't joined in the tremendous crimes against me, what she did alone, I sometimes think, is far worse than if she had just shot me. To get people to understand the level of just physical pain, imagine, if you can, that you had seen the risen Christ multiple times and knew God's Word in the Holy Bible was absolute truth, and as such you intensely desired to go to heaven and absolutely avoid going to hell. Now imagine that any one person, despite all that, caused you to suffer so much pain and so intensely that you were actually tempted not just to kill them, but to mutilate them before praying to God that He makes sure they burn in the very hardest part of hell. That you would actually risk even your own damnation because of this incredible torture this person put you through. Not just the physical pain that at times you beg the Creator to either heal you or let you rest in the final sleep, but psychological torture so intense that if you hadn't seen God or Christ, you would have surely gone homicidally insane and actually enjoyed making certain this person died so horribly that the whole world heard about it. Through years of screaming at God and praying and praying and praying, reading His Word, screaming and praying even more, and I imagine very few could even possibly relate to, I finally reached a point where I once again, despite the fact that I'm still in intense pain daily and unable to return to gainful employment, that I don't want anyone to end up burning in hell. And I especially never want to be associated with the very violence I am desperately trying to arrest and most am seriously against. But for a man of God who deeply and most seriously reverences Almighty God and His commands, to have been tempted to the point of risking his own everlasting damnation just to make certain this person couldn't do what she did to me to anyone else, should give you some idea of the level of intense agony I suffer daily as a result of all these things detailed in this plea and my affidavit and $10 trillion level civil suit that I filed and was illegally dismissed. Staying on track with just the physical suffering this person has put me through. Besides all the aforementioned symptoms and severity, increasing in severity above, she conspired with Doctors Joy and Dr. Cruz at Deaconess to have me murdered. She didn't care how the doctors were going to do it. She agreed to pay each $50,000 once the life insurance was received. Dr. Joy and Dr. Cruz and assistants gave me 3 units of incompatible blood, which caused pulmonary edema, suffocation on my own bodily fluids from the acute hemolytic reaction as blood and mucus flooded my lungs, which resulted in 2 cardiac arrests and hypoxia of 3 and 5 minutes, causing temporal amnesia for 2 years, and who knows what other damages to my body. X-rays have shown bone marrow aplasia, which means that healthy blood is hard at best to be produced. And as such, you're constantly functioning on low oxygen levels, on low nutrition levels throughout your whole body. So you're constantly so fatigued that you feel you have to crawl that it's a struggle to get out of bed to keep from eliminating on yourself, to put it mildly. For 2 years I had temporary amnesia concerning all the events that happened at the hospital, and even events leading up to what happened at the hospital. Immediately following, my intestines felt like stone, and I had to eat very soft foods and take probiotics, and this is how I knew my immune system was responsible for the intense pain throughout my body every day. My memory and my ability to concentrate was severely, detrimentally affected. I grew weaker and weaker and more ill, more and more, as the days progressed until I could no longer work, no matter how bad I wanted to, because I was making a decent living for the first time in my life. Besides all the previous symptoms of poisoning, they became even more extreme and severe in agonizing pain, nausea, and fatigue until I had huge bruises I couldn't explain. And by huge, I mean like the entire upper part of my arm from the shoulder to elbow, or the entire thigh. Weird moles of reddish hues started rapidly appearing on my skin, and growths I'd never seen before. Symptoms of jaundice and other symptoms that mimicked hepatitis or lupus or leukemia developed until some days I was too ill to make it downstairs to eat properly, cook for myself, and even crawl to the bathroom to use the toilet. Test after test with doctors could not come up with a reason why I was so ill, and so I was diagnosed with chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, and Epstein-Barr virus. While I know I don't have a monopoly on suffering, keep it in mind I dislike pharmaceuticals intensely, and yet I still contemplate during moments of my bad days that I may have to take morphine regularly in order just to be able to keep from screaming and weeping constantly while awake. Now, psychologically, the torture that Jane put me through. Suppressed memories. One time early in our marriage, I came home from grueling manual labor of household goods transit when I worked almost without days off for years, and caught her with another man's ejaculate still in her mouth, and he quickly buckling up his pants. She was smiling. She thought it was funny that I had caught her sucking on another man's penis in our house, and that I was working for practically 7 days a week, extremely strenuous labor, non-stop, just to afford. I had been in prison and even maximum security facilities for over 5 years as a young man, and I had been radically converted to Christianity by an appearance of the risen Lord Jesus Christ, and yet in less than a second I felt rage so intense that I looked at one of those older desk phones, and in less than a second also realized my impulse was to bludgeon them both to death. In that same instant I remembered God and Christ and the fact that I didn't want to go back to prison under any circumstances. And so I sent myself the strongest thought that I could that I didn't see what I had just saw. And I walked on by while I heard him say, "You're married and he lets you do this?" And she said, "Shh, he doesn't know." And he replied, "Whew, that was close." Incredibly, I never believed people could actually suppress memories. But I did it successfully for over a decade. She regularly would flirt with other men even in front of me whenever the opportunity came up. And even though I gave her every check I made, and I didn't even know how much money I earned annually until tax season came around, she would always blame me for not working harder and doing even more. Sometimes weeks would go by where she would scream at me instead of talking, and I would have to repeatedly ask her why she was screaming at me. When everyone else I observed her with, she spoke very politely, even people she claimed to dislike. She wouldn't even scream about a coherent subject. I still can't even recall why she did so regularly, and almost everything we argued about that I tried to bring to successful closure, she would always leave it unresolved, so that the screaming would ensue again and again and again instead of systematic resolution. For years I held fast to the Holy Scripture that if a man couldn't minister to his own house, how could he minister to the house of God? And since I strongly desired to do so, I considered my marriage of supreme importance to succeed at in order to spiritually mature. So despite constant abuse aforementioned, and Jane throwing out my personal possessions and my mail, and moving projects I was working on, no matter how many times I asked her not to, I deemed it that God was placing me in this state for my own spiritual growth, and read books and watched documentaries to try to become a better and more understanding husband. The only offenses I am conscious of that I gave Jane in return is that occasionally I would raise my voice in return and called her a bitch and asked her to turn off bitch mode, and that I even called her a cunt several times during the course of our marriage when she made me especially angry, like the time one of our tenants told me she had propositioned him for sex. I seriously apologize to Jane openly and publicly for any names I called her or any other offenses I gave her of which I am completely unaware of, possibly because maybe my memory still suffers in part from what I've been through and truly don't know. But things I am absolutely certain of are that I have never been with anyone else sexually since the day I met her, and even now that when we've been separated and divorced to this date, I have been faithful. I never hit Jane or physically abused her in any way during our marriage. The worst offense I offered that I am conscious of, as I stated, is name-calling, and as a man of God, that was very wrong of me. Regardless of what I was enduring, and regardless of how she treated me, I am truly sorry, and I apologize to Jane for that. So back to the tenant who actually had enough dignity to leave after she propositioned him and came to me, a man of honor in amidst a world now so full of adulterers and adulteresses. It was after the hospital incident and before my memory return of what had occurred there, and before I had knowledge of Jane's involvement, partially because of my impaired memory and partially because I was so sick I couldn't concentrate enough to put all the evidence together. So I actually was coming to a close of my ability to work and was spending my last employable, viable days earning enough to pay for Jane's 10th anniversary present of a custom-designed piece of jewelry and earrings. It was by far the most expensive jewelry I've ever purchased. To let her know that after 10 years I still loved and valued her despite it all, and was still her faithful, loving husband. It was during this exertion, despite extreme illness and chronic fatigue, while I was sacrificially putting aside my own desires for a home theater system, that our tenant came to me during our so-called 10th anniversary. I don't like admitting this, but because I was becoming so ill, this news was terrifying, that after how hard I had worked over the past decade, Jane might be leaving me when I was becoming too ill to support myself. I don't remember the exact date. I remembered what happened to me at Deaconess clearly, but it was about 2 years after the fact when I had become so ill that I was in bed most of the time and unable to work. I told Jane immediately, and that I had to go to the police immediately with what happened. She said I was too sick and discouraged me from doing so. She said if I valued our marriage, I must not go to the police with the events at the hospital. I couldn't understand what she was saying at the time. Let murderers kill other innocent people? Even leave loose people so sick they actually laughed at me as I was suffocating to death? I thought she was in some state of shock or denial, because no one in their right mind would want these kind of people loose to do harm to others. But she was right as to how ill I was. I was so ill I thought I could die at any moment, and so I set down on paper my sworn affidavit, so that if I died, a record of the events could still be used by authorities to prosecute. I struggled to make it into town, to have the document notarized and faxed it to all relative local police departments. Fax logs exist proving satisfactory transmission numerous times. In addition, I asked Jane to start making calls right away to attorneys to file suits against the perpetrators and Deaconess. She refused to do so, which left me unbelievably perplexed because she had always jumped at opportunities for money, and this was sure to get at least justified compensation for lost wages. Things started getting very strained between us when my own spouse didn't apparently care that people that tried to murder me were loose in public, that had tried to kill her own husband, and who knows how many others they had murdered in similar manner before or since. I was desperate to try and get an investigation underway, but Jane instead opposed all my efforts with what little strength I had left, trying to save other citizens by doing my duty to report crimes I had personally witnessed and survived. To make a long story short, Jane lied to police to discredit me, even more to others, and harm me through false accusations on my permanent record. Then she and acquaintances lied to me and told me I would finally get medical treatment that I needed at Kootenai Medical Center in the North Idaho Behavioral Health Division, that an expert in Wilson's disease actually worked there and would know how to perform the diagnostic tests. This acquaintance even swore to God that she was telling the truth to get me to join her in her vehicle where she drove me, where I was illegally detained. My now ex-wife lied to Dr. Waite to further discredit me and accused me of being assaultive, though there was never any evidence and never has been any evidence, because she is in fact lying. I will take any polygraph. I have never ever hit her. I have never ever caused anyone physical, tiny mark on her body. I had no marks on my own body. I was not suicidal. I was not homicidal. But I was still illegally detained by these shrinks. When I found out that even they had lied to me to get me to sign my own admittance by saying that this was indeed also a Wilson's treatment facility, I demanded my immediate release. I had been kidnapped by deception and illegally incarcerated at North Idaho Behavioral Health, where I witnessed other atrocities during the time of my illegal incarceration. I still can't believe that I was willing to forgive her, not only of all that she had done that I've already listed, but even of that betrayal. I didn't know anybody else. I've been working so hard, and I didn't have any friends. At least not nearby. Only colleagues and acquaintances that really didn't care. She's the only person I knew, really, since I came to Christ. Only person I've ever really known. Well. She turned out to be one of the cruelest persons I've ever read about in all of history. I can't believe that I was willing to forgive her. Not only of all that she had done, but was desperately trying to get her to offer me a reasonable explanation as to why she was all right with leaving her husband's murderers loose in public. Because it was highly likely that if I didn't get competent medical care, I would die from what was done to me. Finally, the straw that broke the camel's back was when she allowed Officer Nag and Layman came to our house during an episode when I was trying to get her to explain why she had also betrayed me and discredited me when I was trying to save people's lives. My brother was in town, and got involved with me, raising my voice at her. I wasn't hitting her. I wasn't doing anything. I was just extremely mad at all that she had done. And I don't know why, but he called the police. I hadn't hit him. I hadn't hit her. Sometimes people yell in arguments. At any rate, I watched Nags actually stroke her thigh and go, "If there's anything," as he handed his card to her, "anything at all I can do for you, Mrs. Swenson, just call me." An officer was called to my house. Layman pulled me outdoors, and I watched the other officers stroke my still married wife's leg and proposition her in my own house. Most people think that they would know what to do in such a situation. I found it so shocking that I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe. I frankly think that unless these people own up their crimes, man, that they're about some of the vilest, filthiest scum I've ever witnessed in my entire life. Yeah, but it had been my brother that shoved me that night, and then he dialed 911 after shoving me. Blamed me instead. What was I to do? If I assaulted the cops, if I did the honorable thing and defended, my wife from a dog man in uniform that was, instead of doing his profession, sexually propositioning my wife, then I would have either been killed or gone to prison. Because the cops just lie for one another and either send me to prison for years or perhaps, like I said, any of us could have ended up dead. That was when Jane and I separated. And the next thing I knew, the cops that I had gone to try to get the murderers arrested were having group sex with her, with my separated but still married wife. While I confronted her about the fact that what she was doing was so well known that even a few moments I could make it into town, I could hear cops talking about what an incredible slut she was, when they didn't know I could overhear them. At times, I can even hear so well, I actually hear people's thoughts. Some people are very loud in their thoughts. I have startled people in my lifetime by sometimes responding to them because I actually thought they had talked to me verbally because their thoughts are so loud. Very few have been willing to admit that I knew what they were thinking. But often I would overhear them say, "That was weird. That guy knew what I was thinking," as they walked away to their friends. I don't read everybody's mind. In fact, when I was younger and started realizing that I could hear people's thoughts, not everybody's, but some people are very loud. I actually worked at not doing it, because most people, unfortunately, don't regularly think good and happy thoughts. Lots of times it's insultive or bitter or angry, or sometimes even negative insults against myself. After I was anointed with the Holy Ghost, it became more pronounced. Not everybody, but some people, very loud in their thoughts. This is why I'm a private person. This is why I sought a small town. This is why I moved into the mountains, because the psychic energy of the cities is like loud, acid metal music of chaos, screeching in your ears and head. So I don't like to be public, because I realize that a lot of people don't believe that there are such people in the world. I haven't used my talent or skills for profiting or for invasive measures. In fact, I've been habitual at working at not being invasive in people's thought. People say, if I had such gifts, why didn't God show me what she was doing? Perhaps I wouldn't be talking to you now about these things. Perhaps they would have gone unchecked completely. Perhaps they would have gotten worse. Who knows why God allowed me to go through this? God does. I can believe that there were times that He's left me very, very ill because of how incredibly tempted I was towards violence and vengeance. That if I had been healthy, I might have risked, being foolish. And people would have never known the things that I'm going to reveal. Not about myself, but about God, about the world, and solutions for what's coming. It is my care and concern ultimately for people's souls that has tempered me during times when I was so rage-filled yet so weak I couldn't even drag myself to eat or drink properly. Now I've gained weight because I can feed myself, but I never feel rejuvenated, whether for food or rest, not really. So I constantly feel like I have to somehow obtain nutrition when I've eaten plenty. My blood is obviously compromised, and my organs. And I need a miracle, and really, maybe many miracles to recover. But I think, medically speaking, if I could get the compatible transfusion therapy I have discussed of O-positive blood only, that I think that my sheer willpower and determination and love of others, love of God, and the desire to share what He's taught me will motivate me to somehow get back in at least enough health where I can function and work again. hoping. At times I can hear people. Some people, like I said, are easier to read than others. I believe God blinds us from hearing our spouse's thoughts, actually, or people that are really close to us, because we would get so offended regularly and hurt regularly. Because often spouses will, think a thought and then think the better for it before they say something that they would regret. So clearly it's if we're audibly talking sometimes, and at other times God reveals to me conversations and entire events of things taking place miles away, sometimes even on the other side of the earth. Sometimes things past, sometimes things present, sometimes things future. This is usually done by what could best be described as remote viewing. In fact, what she was doing was so horrible that revelations flooded in about 6 months after she left that were so terrible. It's hard to even begin to explain what it's like to watch your spouse having orgies while you're left dying with people that are supposed to be enforcing the law, not breaking it, with people that you worked really hard to send taxes to feed them and their children, committing crimes against you. And helping a person who had brutally tortured you get away with her crimes. Divine revelations in the form of detailed dreams flooded my soul in full-colored animation, as if I were watching documentaries of all that occurred during the following months, and completely after our divorce was finalized. She gave me gonorrhea as a final parting gift. I want people to know that I'm not boasting or think of myself special when I say what they call ESP, or psychic abilities, has always been a part of my existence, and much more so after I was anointed with the Holy Ghost. For years I received direct divine instruction on why chemical batteries are no longer even necessary at least as they are today. A quick charge, slow discharge universal power packs that can charge in about 3 seconds or less and power a computer for about 6 months can be made with current technologies. Or the new architectural designs that are far stronger, that take less material, enclose more volume, even construction methods and materials that can withstand direct hits above ground from the strongest nukes in the world. New auto engines completely silent that can run for the lifetime of the owner easily. New high-speed transit methods, new forms of aero and hydrodynamics, particle disruption without fission, force fields, even new methods for traversing through space, methods of saving trailers from hurricanes and tornadoes, methods of creating rivers in the deserts, methods of getting potable water anywhere on Earth, methods of increasing harvest yields globally, curing all infections and viruses, cures for cellular degradation, even aging, years of daily revelations and nightly dreams about things past, present, and future, and thousands of inventions from small to globally significant. I was so used for nearly two decades to communing with God more intimately than two friends chatting on earth and receiving direct revelations from His Holy Spirit that it was virtually impossible for me to disregard what answers He finally gave me when I prayed fervently as to what had happened. I wanted to know, because of the traumatizing nature of knowing the truth. It was virtually impossible for me to disregard what answers He finally gave me, even though I wanted to, because of the traumatizing nature of knowing the truth. But it is also why I understand others are finding it nearly impossible to believe me. which is why I ask for your patience, because I have physical, circumstantial proof of my allegations. The revelations just tie in the events and evidence all together, and what proof may yet be required to convict beyond all reasonable doubt may be obtained by a competent investigation, even though years have elapsed. I believe the actual evidence I possess is enough to warrant that kind of most serious and thorough investigation, and I hope even those who have never encountered the kind of evidence I'll be presenting will then agree once it is explained to them. Early in our separation, Jane would call me while I was lying in agonizing pain, wondering if I would die that day or not, and tell me of the wonderful social life she was having, drinking and dating, and reminding me that her version of dating meant she was screwing around. She would boast of all the fun she was having riding horses and having such a great time. When the evidence of her screwing lots of police became overwhelming, I confronted her, and she actually boasted of screwing over 24 cops in the region, and that there was nothing I could do about her poisoning me, conspiring at Deaconess to have me murdered, or betraying me at NIBH and defrauding me out of the better part of my estate. She actually showed me hickeys on her thighs. She even boasted to a former colleague in front of me that I caught her screwing 2 men. These 2 cops that I caught, which happened to be on February 11th, 2007, one officer with a huge red head, I think his name is Officer Burt of the Sandpoint Police Department, was driving away in his pickup truck on a Sunday. The Lord revealed to me that all these cops had been telling their wives that they were going to church. I drove up to her new house that day, and the Lord showed me the tire tracks in the freshly fallen snow, showing that other vehicles had just driven away in an effort to pretend that the 2 cops and Jane were not inside the house. He then revealed to me the cops inside were contemplating shooting me because at least one was married and didn't want his wife to find out. As I drove up, Jane and the cops were rapidly making the bed in the guest room where they had been, and in their best efforts to pretend they weren't inside. The Lord revealed to me these men had been telling their wives they were going to church on Sundays and instead were committing adultery and conspiring to leave murderers loose in our society thereby. In this manner, the cops helped her defraud me out of the bulk of my estate as well and get away with her homicide attempts. That Valentine's Day, I saw Officer Naggs drive his, might have been his sister's car, to her house very late at night as I was driving away. The reason I was still associating with Jane at this point was for several reasons. I was in such poor health that I was in fear of dying alone, or even homeless, because I couldn't pay my mortgage any longer. I was in a state of perpetual shock and trauma due to the incredible physical and psychological torture. I wanted to disbelieve my memories, my senses, my revelations, because I was having so great difficulty believing that anyone could be so cruel, let alone the one woman out of billions that I, as a man who had seen Christ and trusted implicitly to provide me with a good and faithful wife, could have married such a person. Because part of me at this point was slowly being convinced that perhaps Jane was a true psychopath, and I was actually still trying to get irrefutable evidence of all she had done and was doing. I was too strained financially to hire a private detective, and when I would finally get large sums, I would try to pay my mortgage up because I couldn't believe that with all my efforts that I would actually lose my house. I kept thinking my efforts would finally bring competent law enforcement to my aid. I was notifying higher authorities as often as I could due to my failing health, and eventually I kept thinking that they would come to my aid and that after everything God had allowed me to go through, He would not allow me also to lose my home when I was so ill that I could not physically move myself and didn't have enough money to hire others to do it for me. I was in fear of dying homeless over an extended period of time despite all my efforts from off my deathbed to try and finally get legal and medical help. When I finally had notified all branches of the government and no one was helping me, I started going public to alert former colleagues and acquaintances over what was happening, that mass murderers were loose in local hospitals and rapists in local law enforcement, that had by conspiracy also left murderers loose and allowed an innocent man to be defrauded of the bulk of his estate. In addition, an officer actually threatened me for only trying to obtain needed medical care and thereby condoned discrimination based on sex and leaving me in horrible pain without any just cause. The medical practitioner's name is Regina Danielson, who has a public practice of hydrotherapy, didn't return my calls for an appointment many times. The only time I ever saw her was the one time I actually dragged myself into her office to see if she was even getting my messages, requesting an appointment as soon as possible. I know now that she thought I was stalking her because one message I left from my bed when the Lord had revealed to me she was taking a small break and had time to therefore see me. I referred to, please, I would pay her extra if she would even see me during her small vacation. I realize now that she had not told anybody that she was taking a small break, and that because God had revealed it to me, she thought I must have been stalking her in order to know of this. I don't even remember what she looks like. I've only seen her one time. But this officer threatened me for stalking, for pleading to get hydrotherapy after I had to do my own gallbladder and liver cleanse from the gallstones that I found during x-rays, as my liver was in intense pain and none of the doctors would believe me, even though I was telling them. The cleanse recommended that I then follow the treatment with hydrotherapy cleanse. After seeing the black masses of fecal matter that came from the diverticulitis that they denied that I had, I deemed it necessary to go in for this therapy and pleaded, because my intestines were in great pain, to get this treatment that I have never been able to get, and that now I don't trust, because they can actually put toxins in the water and you can be maltreated ingesting poisons in that manner as well. After so many people have conspired against and maltreated me, I now have justified caution, which others might think is paranoia. But if you had been to multiple physicians and multiple hospitals and they all had maltreated you, they had all covered up, they'd all refused to look at the evidence, they'd all denied the x-rays, they'd all denied the lab reports, then you might have difficulty wanting to submit yourself to strangers for medical care as well. When I finally had notified all the branches, no one was helping me, and I went to the public. This only resulted in me being ostracized and thought of as a man maybe who had gone through a midlife crisis or was having a nervous breakdown or was otherwise mentally ill. I couldn't believe how many people patronized me for trying to care about them. I didn't believe how many people think they've got it all under control themselves. They really don't need anybody to sacrifice themselves for them. I suppose it's the same type of disbelief. I can't believe that people aren't grateful that Christ sacrificed himself People are people. I watched a criminal psychologist on Nancy Grace say that it is a natural psychological response based on some sense of self-preservation and security, even if it's false, to disbelieve people that have survived heinous crimes. It's like a psychological defense mechanism. So I don't blame these people for not believing me. So he threatened. Officer Brian Cook called me up to personally threaten me for just trying to get medical care and for being illegally discriminated against. Yep, it's sad that people don't believe in God. Some people, if they actually believed that I even had some of these abilities, would just think that it was just maybe psychic or extrasensory perception or remote viewing, and still not believe in God. Apart from God, I don't have any abilities at all, special or otherwise. But to the world, my ability to see things at a distance through time and space, or hear some people's thoughts so clearly that I sometimes have made the mistake that they thought they were audibly talking with me. I replied to their thoughts as such only, unfortunately for me. I don't get paid like Chris Angel or Mind Freak. Instead, it scares most people that hurriedly walk away. I never forget that Jane boasted and was reveling in my suffering one day when I was out of food at my house and money. In a very desperate state, I actually swore in public. I used the F word. In the phone, during a conversation, I was out of money. I was in fear of eviction, losing my house, and literally dying homeless. I was having lunch with Jane in a restaurant. I used the F word over the phone when I was under a level of stress that few people can imagine. I apparently offended some of the guests, and even though I hadn't eaten my meal and was very hungry because, again, I was out of food, I apologized and was packing my food into a to-go container to leave because I had disturbed them. But this wasn't enough. They had to call the very cops that were screwing my wife, that had threatened me for needing medical care, denied me that, and left me in excruciating pain. They were ready to shoot me for using the F word in public. The hypocrisy was overwhelming. Rapists, robbers, and murderers in uniform, ready to shoot an unarmed man for using the F word in a constitutionally protected society of free speech. These were the same cops that were leaving my murderous wife go free, that were actually partnering with her for sex acts for a get-out-of-jail-free card, leaving other mass murderers in our hospitals free, further causing harm to me by denying medical care. And the very citizens I was trying to save from such maltreatment were the ones that put me face to face with these criminals. Weapons ready in a free country, criminals in uniform persecuting an innocent man, ready to imprison me and kill me, but leave rapists in their own ranks Murderers loose to prey on innocent citizens. The psychological torture of knowing your tax dollars feed the worst criminals in history is beyond infuriating. This concerns all government corruption, and the fact that a dying man spends all of his resources and energy to save lives only gets apathy, ridicule, slander, libel, and further torture from those he paid to serve and protect him with very hard work. And to top it all off, the person he worked himself nearly to death for was joyfully smirking as his freedom and life was hanging in the balance. Leave traitors and mass murderers go free, and felony sex offenders and robbers and poisoners and other criminals of the most heinous offenses, but if you dare to use a swear word in public, the entire force turns out to arrest or kill you. Boy, were my tax dollars hard at work. Money well spent. Then there was the time my only companion left me during these trials and tribulations, which was my puppy. My puppy Romeo didn't even make it to 2 years old. He was shot once. I took him into the vet, and then a second time he was shot. I had to bury him. Jane just smugly asserted, when would I ever learn my lesson? She wanted me to cover up her homicide attempts and those of the rest of the conspiracies that through personal vice and greed joined in by getting misdiagnosis and leaving me in a room drugged up until I died. And she was angry that I dared care enough about others to continue trying desperately to get honorable and competent authorities to investigate and arrest when I filed a $10 trillion complaint to make certain that all respective governing authorities were indeed notified of my allegations. And shockingly, no one, not one person, even called to ask me what evidence I had. Even though my testimony was sworn under oath and penalties of perjury, and even though I was willing to take a polygraph, and even though I had enough circumstantial evidence to warrant a timely investigation which would have easily uncovered the truth of all that I state has factually occurred. So when I went public, Jane was busy with her great acting, pretending it was so tragic that her poor husband was having a midlife crisis and a nervous breakdown, etc., etc., covering up all my efforts to ensure no one else would suffer as I have or be murdered by these persons still loose to this day. I cannot list every detail of all the things she did, but let me read a letter to her that has a few more choice details of how incredibly cruel she treated me. In fact, I have often reflected that if Satan had a sister, I married her. Or that, truthfully, in all my historical studies, I have never read or watched a documentary about any woman who ever did more personal cruelty to someone she knew. Poisoned over years, blamed and scolded me for not working harder as I got sicker and sicker, slept with numerous cops, even though she knew a cop had shot me in the head when I was a young man, slept with my only sibling, rejoiced when my only companion in the world, my 2-year-old puppy, was shot dead, and acted like she knew why it was done, conspired to murder me by an incompatible blood transfusion, probably one of the most painful ways in the world to kill someone. I can't think of a single torture that causes more sustained, intense pain and yet leaves the tormented soul barely alive as if they actually survived the murder attempt. Conspired to illegally incarcerate and betray to people that think treatment by permanent brain-damaging substances is acceptable medical practice. Persons who sadistically took pleasure in violating my constitutional rights and threatening my life with drugs that had lethal side effects for anyone in my condition. Left me unable to defend myself with limited finances, unable to work, boasted of sex and social life, boasted of getting away with all of the above, rejoices in the evil she's done, and congratulates herself on manipulating men and their dicks, quote unquote, as she likes to often quote, robbed me of the bulk of my estate, and to make sure I got the message gave me gonorrhea as a final parting gift. Now the psychological torture of medical professionals. I was an insured pain patient, trusting my life to doctors and nurses that actually profit by killing people for harvesting their organs. Can you imagine what it's like knowing you paid for your own murder? Can you imagine that the last face you see on earth laughs with glee as peak foam comes out your mouth, suffocating to death on your own bodily fluids? Can you imagine knowing that despite all your efforts, law enforcement and governing authorities find it so hard to believe that instead of looking at the evidence, they actually threaten to lock you up for attempting to report these crimes? Can you imagine what it's like as you're betrayed and without even so much protection as criminals are afforded, your freedom is taken from you by doctors and nurses that get paid thousands of dollars for committing anyone, that actually comes to them. They have automatic job security by finding anyone that walks through their door with some kind of mental illness, whether or not it's true. Can you imagine finding yourself deprived of your freedom and watching another patient come in crying but able to talk coherently, and then seeing them the next day staring blankly into space, drooling all over themselves not because they're mentally ill, but because of the psychotropics these doctors and nurses gave them? And then while you're looking at those newly chemically lobotomized patients that, if left under their treatment and care, would become vegetables, these same sadistic psychopaths sit down across from you and tell you that you're next. That if you refuse the same treatment that they gave to that individual, then they will get you permanently committed and convince the judge to order the drugs to be forced upon you. This is the most extreme psychological torture I've ever personally witnessed. They wanted me to say, "Sure, Doc, load me up with those permanent brain-damaging chemical lobotomizers. I think that's a great idea." So while I was trying to tell them of the heinous crimes I've already suffered from, I became aware of the fact that if I did so, they were only going to continue to diagnose me as paranoid delusional, and they would not even begin to consider doing any fact-checking. So even though I was telling them that I already knew, and it's in the medical report, I told them numerous times that I was suffering from Wilson's disease. I've got lab reports that show I had hepatic, undiagnosed indicators. They still wanted to give me these specific drugs that say do not administer to anyone with liver complications, as it can be lethal. And Dr. Waite took specific joy in making sure that I knew that those particular medications had lethal side effects. I don't care if someone is mentally ill. No one, I repeat, no one should be forced to ingest toxic substances against their will, no matter what these shrinks have been brainwashed into thinking. They're so damn, as far as I'm concerned, stupid that they can't even see how evil that is. They're clueless. They think it's actual treatment. I mean, a person comes in actually coherent, able to express themselves, and after they're treated, goes like this. They think it's funny. You see these people on the streets, man, they were born that way. They become that way after these people treat them. Now tell me who's the real threat to society. These doctors and nurses are getting away with torturing and killing people in the name of secular psychology. They're getting away with euthanizing, torturing, murdering people. Get over it. It's what they're doing. I saw it with my own eyes. They threatened to do it to me. Most of the victims have no one on the outside that cares about them. So even though I know that it's the tendency of people just to say, don't even listen to this guy, he's whacked, he's mentally ill, I have to speak up for them. Have to. No one else is! At least not that I can hear or see. These people are dying. They're being tortured. They're being brutally maltreated by people that are so brainwashed and so ignorant that they can't see that there's no way they would give that to their child or themselves, but they think it's okay to give this a perfect stranger in the name of treatment. Some of them are truly sadistic. Dr. Waite is sadistic. That guy got off. He was practically, this guy's a 400-pound fat slob. This guy was like practically skipping in the street to, lock me up. I'm placing you on administrative hold. Not one injury to any person, not one injury to myself. This guy took away my freedom. No crime, no was committed, no charges, just you're locked up. You're no longer free. And not only that, but then proceeded to say that he was going to force me to take medications that he boastfully and gleefully announced caused permanent brain damage, permanent organ damage, and could even kill me. That I had no choice. That's the kind of psycho quacks we have now successfully promulgated in this atheistic culture of brainwashed idiots from our public schools who think evolution is fact and have kicked God out of all mention. Do you want to know the most horrible thing of all this? People like Dr. Waite, they enjoy destroying people's lives. They enjoy it. They like it. They think it's funny. An innocent person, they like to destroy their brain. They enjoy it. That's what you call doctor? These people are just as screwed up as the Nazi fascist experiment. I am not exaggerating. They would, be drinking together and laughing at the tortures, man, that the Nazis did. That's what these people are like. And they're right here in local Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, going to work every day, man, enjoying destroying people's lives. Now, Stevens, man, the guy's just ignorant. He needs to go back to school and learn about, Wilson's. I'm not saying the guy's not intelligent. I'm just saying he doesn't know enough. He thought that a ceruloplasmin test is 100% diagnostic when, more than 20% of all people of Wilson's have normal ceruloplasmin levels. And he also didn't know that Epstein-Barr virus, which I've been diagnosed, causes elevated ceruloplasmin. So it could be a false indicator in my case, which it is, because I've got other, factual proof that I'm suffering from this genetic trait. Namely, like, CAT scans that show textbook images of the brain that neurologists have already identified as untreated, undiagnosed Wilson's disease. Textbook images. But this guy Waite, man, denied that these x-rays showed any such thing, even though anybody with eyeballs can see it. This guy belongs behind bars. He doesn't just belong permanently banned from practicing medicine. He belongs behind bars. Stevens needs to be re-educated. The guy just doesn't know enough, you know. And frankly, they just don't think enough. They go to med school, and the pharmaceutical companies put in professors that are basically pawns, man, to promulgate their friggin' drugs. The government loves this because it helps decrease the surplus population. Now, I'm sorry, man, if you don't think that this is what's going on in America. But if you actually did any research and found out how many, hundreds of thousands of people die every year from psychotropics, not just in mental institutions, but in the public, including children, and how the survivors went to the FDA, and how the FDA has done nothing but approve even more toxic substances, then you would understand that this is factually going on, and the only way to get it prevented is to mandate that the people manufacturing these drugs, that the people prescribing these drugs, that the people distributing these drugs all have to take it themselves. Then these drugs will not be on the market, I guarantee it. Because all of those fuckers, if they take them, will be bad! And sometimes I think good riddance. I don't want anybody to burn in hell, but this evil crap has got to stop. Anyone who can look at himself in the mirror daily, like Stevens, and for decades, and suffer symptoms his whole life, like Stevens, and still not know that he and the majority of the people he works with also have this genetic trait called Wilson's disease, should not be practicing medicine. But more specifically, anyone that thinks it's acceptable to give permanent brain and organ damaging substances to any other person. Substances they know they would never take themselves. Should not only not be practicing medicine, they should be locked up, as far as I'm concerned, for the rest of their life for the numerous counts of incredible aggravated assault and deaths they have caused. They're so damn brainwashed, man. They paid a fortune to be brainwashed and think of themselves as, I'm a doctor. They're so arrogant, man. The pride is like tangible. They just can't see, man, how evil their practice is, man. It is evil. People, when they're grieving, man, God created emotions. You're supposed to grieve. You're supposed to bawl. You're supposed to scream. You're supposed to be angry. You're supposed to be happy. God created emotions. And you're supposed to feel the intensity of those emotions, not to do evil, but to motivate you to do righteously. It's okay, man, when something bad happens in your life to be really depressed. It's even okay, sometimes to be so damn depressed about the conditions of the earth to feel like, oh my God, man, life is just not all that. In other words, some people get suicidal, right? The reason they get suicidal is because they don't know that there is a better place than this. And they don't know the comforting love of God through even the very worst trials of life. I don't want to suffer anymore, not really. And I have suffered, as far as I'm concerned, more than enough for one person in a lifetime. But what's been done to me is so horrible that I'm risking even more suffering so that maybe some of you might actually find out that I've actually told the truth. And maybe this country might then put these criminals behind bars for the safety of others. These people don't belong loose. They get paid to do this to people, man. It's horrible, man. Horrible, man. It's an evil practice, man. Evil. The scriptures, man, even prophecy that pharmaceutical medications, man, would deceive the whole world, man. I tried to tell people ahead of time, man. I tried to tell people that God revealed to me the kingdom of hell on earth, and that drugs play a huge, huge part in it. Now, I'm not saying all medications are bad, but when I get to what healthcare should be and wellness should be in this country and everywhere, you'll understand what I'm saying. Anyone that thinks it's okay to give permanent brain damaging, and organ-damaging substances to anyone, mentally or otherwise, is sick themselves. They're sick. They're either sick or they're so, I can't believe that they could go through med school and be ignorant. So they're sick. They think that what they're doing, because they were educated to do that, is acceptable medical practice. I can guarantee their thinking would be completely cured if they were held down and forced to take these poisonous substances against their will. I can guarantee it would change their thinking real quick. A bunch of the nurses, like this Brenda, was so unprofessional and so incompetent, man, that she should be permanently banned from practicing medicine. I'm serious, man. Her incompetence is truly, and ignorance is truly life-threatening. And people that are that unprofessional, that incompetent, don't belong in medicine. She had me classified as delusional for merely telling her about my work, that I wanted to get back to my work as soon as possible, because I was working on several multi-million-dollar deals at the time. Real estate can sometimes be spendy. It was just a statement of fact. I wasn't boasting. And I also didn't want to be spending time in there because I recognized some people that recognized me. And I knew that could hurt myself professionally. I'm going public with this all now because I'm like, hell, if I can't get the medical treatment, I'm probably going to die, so it doesn't matter. Short of God doing some miracle, I'm at a point that even though I'm against pharmaceutical medications, I have incredible moments of temptation to beg that I be allowed to take morphine, because that's the only thing that's going to touch this level of pain. And I know, because I've been in pain that's less, and no other medication could touch that. To be straight, even though I want to live, the amount of suffering that I sometimes endure actually on a daily basis, has me completely understanding why some people are actually proponents of physician-assisted suicide. I'm not for it. No, I'm not for it. Because I realize that those doctors and nurses that think that they are practicing compassionate, putting down people in their latter stages, right? Compassionate care, not making people go through such incredible agony, man, that they're begging to die. Would then think if somebody came in excruciating pain that actually wanted to live, that it might be okay to go ahead and put them down too. I could see it easily transforming when already people are starting to do this, and actually have been doing it over an extended period of years, since the late 80s. And why doesn't this come forward? I'll tell you why. When board of director members find out, I heard this recently, they threaten their pensions, they threaten their lives. People are fearful. People, as long as they're not, on the receiving end of these tortures and stuff, they don't care enough about other people. Not really. It takes people that know God, man, that know that they're going to have to give an account, man, when they die, as to why they didn't stand up. It's not easy, man, to put your own life on the line, to put your own freedoms on the line. Even if you're suffering, it's not easy. It must become a law that no substance will be approved for ingestion by others that the manufacturers and their children won't take, that the prescribing physicians and their children won't take, that the pharmacists and their children won't take, and that the FDA agents and their children won't take. It must become law that it is illegal to make such substances, to distribute such substances for anyone else. Any physician prescribing drugs so toxic it does worse injury to the patient than if they had been violently mugged is in fact by definition guilty of aggravated assault on that person, and they should be locked up immediately. These doctors and nurses are committing crimes far worse than just the worst kinds of aggravated assault. They are murdering people. You cannot convince me, no one will convince me, that these people are so stupid that they can't see with their own eyeballs that when they give these patients this medication, it makes them burst out in jaundice and their vitals decline, and they keep giving it to them and they keep getting sicker and sicker when they daily take their vitals. And the patient knows. I witnessed firsthand and talked firsthand to a patient that was being murdered. He knew they were killing him. You know what he said to me? He said, I have been beaten. I have been locked up. I have been deprived of food. I've been assaulted multiple times for trying to fight for my life. He says, I don't have the strength to do it anymore. He said, even when he tries to resist taking the stuff, they just hold him down and shoot him up with it or make him drink it by force. He said there was nothing he could do. He couldn't fight off multiple people. They were killing him. He knew it. I could see it. And all I can do is tell the world that in the United States of America, we now have Nazi, fascist, eugenic, euthanization practices in full swing. And actually has been going on for quite some time. But our government systematically discredits and or executes and or assassinates whistleblowers or illegally commits and tortures them and murders them in like manner. If this is not government sanctioned, if you really don't know this is going on even though it was on CNN, Mr. President, then please put a stop. Please order an investigation. Bring forth all death certificates. I know there's jobs that need to be created, and this is one that would be worthwhile. For the last decade, all death certificates in all hospitals across this country need to be investigated. Bodies exhumed even from, public burial sites of unclaimed bodies for, mental wards. I'm telling you, tortures have occurred of the most heinous kind. These people just want to they're mentally ill. They just automatically just want to discredit. If they're like children. Most people that are considered mentally ill are just some people that were either abused or emotionally undeveloped, or either that or they're just normal and actually going through legitimate emotions that we should feel when countries think it's okay to blow up the world and innocent men, women, and children and use depleted uranium warheads and cause numerous birth defects in nations and stuff, and yet parade around to the rest of the world and say, we can blow up the world and use nukes, but none of you can. We can brutally torture other peoples of other nations, but none of you can. We're a proponent for civil rights, but don't look in our own mirror. Now, I'm not saying there isn't atrocities going on in other parts of the world. I'm not saying that I don't love this country, especially when I know its heritage. What I am saying that if it continues to go unchecked, this could easily become far worse than what happened in Nazi Germany. This must be stopped. Must. And for you that have seen and know these things, if you don't come forward, if you don't stand up, man, at this point in time and help me put a stop to these practices, man, it's not going to go good for you, man. No matter even on your deathbed, if you plead with God, it's not going to go good for you. This is the time to stop these practices. This is the time for the government to be straight with people, to say that they were convinced by the likes of Al Gore's presentation of global warming. They were convinced that the population growth and the depletion of natural resources is going to cause inevitable conflict between nations over even basic necessities like food and water. If you don't tell the public what is really going on, population management actually probably would be consensual for some. There are probably some people that they've had 2 kids, and 2 kids is all they want, that would love it if the government provided, instead of euthanization, free birth control, free contraception, and of all different varieties, listing all known, benefits and possible side effects, so that everybody can make an informed decision for themselves, and even sterilization practices. Some people might not want to have kids at all. If you offered it for free, you at least could find out. Now, I'm not necessarily a proponent, man, for people getting free birth control because it might just lead to more sexual immorality. But compared to seeing laughing hyenas that think it's funny to murder you in a hospital, I think it's quite a bit lesser evil. We have psychopaths loose in this country. I read a report recently that claimed as much as 4% of the populace are psychotic. True psychopaths, man. They don't have a conscience like you or I. Some of them are sick, man. They think it's funny to torture and murder people, man. 4%! That's a lot! That's terrifying, really, if you think about it. And apparently a bunch of them are in government. I married one. Atrocities are occurring in this country. I've survived, and personally, I've survived. I don't care if you don't believe me anymore. There's only one person, man, that I have to really be concerned about in all the universe, and that's God's opinion. And if I, remain silent or don't do my best, no matter what threats, no matter what ridicules, no matter what consequences, I can't stand myself. So I'm going to do my best, despite the fact that I already know that most people will just think, yeah, this guy's a lunatic. Because I'm going to hope, man, that with enough circumstantial evidence when I get through this, that other people will be like, perhaps this guy is actually telling the truth. And maybe it might save lives. I hope. Maybe it might save mine. The events that the occupants testified to me that are occurring in state institutions in present and current events make the movie One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest look mild by comparison. I'm serious. Innocent people are being tortured and murdered right now in hospitals across this country. I can't be clear enough how terrifying it is to sit across from someone who rolls their eyes at you, disbelieves you, gives you a derogatory diagnosis without doing any fact-checking whatsoever or diagnostic testing, and smirks as they prescribe medications that can cause permanent brain and organ damage and even death. Psychologically, I've never seen a movie that compares to watching them destroy someone to the point of a catatonic state, and then have those same persons say with a smile that you're next. If I hadn't received good advice, I might be brain dead or really dead by now. Other victims of secular psychology practice today urgently warn me to agree with whatever the doctors said, or I would never again be free, and to take whatever they prescribed, or at least pretend to take whatever they prescribed, and then act like whatever they wanted, or I could end up dead. These quacks are so arrogant, they'd rather torture and kill people than admit they don't know truly how to treat them. They way with loving, patient, listening, and concern. That's what most people need that they classify as mentally ill. They just need somebody to talk to. Seriously. They just need somebody that, actually really cares. Right? That's what they really need. They don't need these chemical lobotomizers. Right? They don't need to end up dead or tortured or friggin' drooling all over themselves or doing the, Thorazine shuffle. I can't believe these people think that's acceptable to do to people. But they do. They go to school, they pay like tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 or more, to be brainwashed. They're thinking they're all like, oh, I'm a doctor. And they can't think about the do unto others. It just doesn't even occur to them. Their patient is all of a sudden, don't feel anything. Fucking the brain is just getting fried. I think secular psychology and psychiatry is actually one of the most satanic and demonic professions ever in the entire existence of the known universe. I think it is so evil, man, that there's no word for it, man. People sit, man, in their arrogance, man, and judge others, man. Anybody but themselves, man, is mentally friggin' ill. Or people that actually think like them. Boy, they're going to be surprised when they're judged by God for what they did to his sons and daughters, man. They're so arrogant, man. Rather than just take the time to lovingly listen, compassionately care, and encourage the people to work through their emotions, to feel their emotions, they just would rather drug them into a stupor or worse. Imagine my disgust as I watched documentaries of people who had lost their children to psychotropics. Read suit after suit that have been filed by people that had either had a loved one die or they themselves were severely injured by these practices. In other words, this is widespread. This is not an isolated thing. This is going on all across this country. And most people are so, engrossed in their enslavement by the vision of these, incredible, man, insatiable, greedy, selfish people, man. If you had good leadership, I guarantee, man, the rest of working America and the whole world would take a huge sigh of relief. We do not have good leadership. I mean no disrespect for the current administration. I'm just saying that good leadership has a vision of divine purpose from God. Check out, man. I'm going to give you, how things could be, and most of you are going to be like, no, man, it just couldn't be like that. It's like, yes, it could. It really could. They don't want you. They've been so effective in their propaganda and their brainwashing tactics from the time that your little kids going to the public school, all through the military, all through the media. That, man, society, man, people just repeat their brainwashing, propagandized tactics right back to them to their delight. Like all this, our kids are living in the street, let's do it. That's the shit they're feeding you. Since when did you become their slave? How are we going to pay for these things? Look around you. Open your eyeballs. We've got trillions of dollars in real estate. Look at all the skyscrapers in the megalopolises. We've got trillions of dollars in nukes. Trillions of dollars in pharmaceuticals. Mass multi-billions in smut and entertainment. Money is a concept. It's just a uniform, piece of paper of consented agreed value. It's just intellectual. It's just a vision. The only intrinsic worth it has is how much heat it gives you when you burn it. Money is just a concept. In other words, money is unlimited. Stop being like, what is limited? What determines real value is products and services, the natural resources of this earth. In other words, if we as a people value human life, if human life actually becomes valuable, instead of blowing up the world, instead of fighting over, who's the king of the hill, we are American imperialism. Whatever country kisses our butts, so to speak, peaceably, we're their allies. And the ones that just say so because they're fearful of our military and now our preemptive strikes for unbelievable greed and strategic control, all in the name of national security interests. We're creating, man, an underlying amount of hatred, man. People don't even realize it, man. I mean, most people are just like, they don't even see it, man. As long as they ain't got a maniac breaking their door down, they don't care. Man, we're this close, man. This close, man, for innocent citizens being rounded up, man. Being called terrorists and stuff. They've been calling me one. I love this country. But I want to see it return to the United States of America, founded as a Christian nation, with this book as the primary textbook again. Where everybody in our primary and secondary education actually is literate by the time they graduate and knows this book from cover to cover, backwards and forwards. As long as this nation thrived, went through the roof, blessed. And as soon as that got kicked out, man, we're going to be paying for it more and more. You want to see this country reduced to ash and ruins and rubble? Just continue to kick God out of your public schools. Continue to brainwash your children into thinking they come from pond scum. And that's the kind of mentality we actually have these days. Basically, shit their brains! I want to see that changed. Imagine my disgust as I watched these documentaries. As I read many suits and realized, man, this is an epidemic problem. And it all comes down to the fact that our government is actually practicing euthanization practices, population management control. What have you just said because you're concerned about the populations of the world, man? I mean, increasing so much. Now they say over 7 billion already. That you just told people, look, free contraceptions for everyone, free sterilization for everyone. Anybody that wants them. Don't make it mandatory, but there are people that don't want kids. I know that's hard to imagine, but there's some people that maybe already have 1 or 2 kids, and that's all they want. More than a handful. I'm not, don't get me wrong. I love little kids. I love it, especially when they're at that age that they're just, everything's an adventure, man. Where they've never been abused, never been maltreated, and they're just curious about the world, and everything is one question after another. Why is this, and what's that, and how about this color, and wow, look at that, and just, everything is just an adventure. I love that age of innocence, man. Boy, I wish people could almost stay like that forever, man. They are so refreshing to be around psychically. They're pure. They're undefiled, man. And it's just, it's such a rest, man, to me. And it's such a rest, man. I mean, from the filth. I love little children, man. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying that some people, man, recognize that they don't want to be a mother or father. Some people really want to devote their whole life immediately, to maybe being, who knows, a mother that's like in an orphanage, or a father that's in an orphanage, and they don't need kids of their own, right? Or don't want kids of their own, because they consider all those kids their own. It's not that they're bad people. Some people want to devote themselves completely to their careers. That they consider their calling so important for so many people, having the time and energy constraints that's necessary to raise a family properly, they consider just something that they cannot, do as well. Some people, man, are just not fit, man, to be good parents, man. They don't make an effort. They don't even try, is what I'm getting at. They don't learn. Man. They don't educate themselves. They pass on, man, all kinds of things that are not right, man. Raise their children poorly. Now, I'm not judging other people. I know it sounds like it. What I'm getting at is that if only people would be honest, if only government would be honest, if only governing officials would realize that the population isn't a bunch of, like, bees, But just because people weren't born rich enough to go to all the best schools and stuff, just because they don't got little letters after their name, doesn't mean they're not intelligent. Doesn't mean they can't handle the truth. I bet you in poor nations, first of all, I would make, education up to a bachelor's or at least technical degree or trade degree, man. Free. Based on aptitude and aptitude. Paid for by, the people that are supposed to be serving their interests. It would make the nation strong, man, having an educated populace, man, that are not enslaved, man, to corporate greed, man, that fund these private schools, that make people actually pay to have them trained to be their slave. I just can't believe, man, how people, man, just like cattle. All right, this must be what life's all about. I'll go to work for, Corporation X or Corporation Y and stuff, and that Corporation X or Corporation Y funded the school that they go to, and then charges them through the, nose for their education to train them so they can go be a slave for Corporation X or Corporation Y, and actually, basically Corporation X and Corporation Y makes huge profits, Now people paying to be their slave. Man, I just education, man, should be such a priority, man, that professors and teachers are some of the top paid individuals, man. And I'm not saying extravagantly paid, but far better, man, than today. So that we get, man, the very best education, man. It should be based, man, on learning styles, man. When people go into preschool, the little tiny kids, my God, man, they should be exposed to, all the fine arts, all of arts and crafts, everything that can be done with their hands, everything physical, everything spiritual, They should be allowed to, find out their spiritual callings and gifts and talents early on and as they progress in life by massive diversity. Not just reading, writing, and arithmetic. And not just learning styles of see, hear, do, but catered, man. Specialized instruction, man, for the various learning styles of each individual. The various gifts and talents that recognized. There's already better models of education systems in the world. We can just build on what's already better than our own. Ours, right now, is reeking. We've got wealthy districts, man, that have the very best schools. And then the wealthy actually even go to private ones anyways. Right? If we had national education and national health care, or at least it's all privatized, yes, but paid for by the national government. In other words, they're not employees of the government. Publicly supervised by non-profit entities. I'm going to go into the details of what is really at the issue of why people are opposed to national health care. It's trust, man. It is absolute trust, man. It is that we do not trust our government, and with good reason, and that we do not trust our medical we don't. You shouldn't trust, man, anything at this point, man, or anyone with all the greed and corruption in this country. But I think that I have, by God's grace, a solution that would be the best of anything I've heard anybody squawk about, on all the, airways that I've now had many hours to meditate on. Political commentaries, man. I'm like, man, I am so tired of hearing about a national debt. I think if I hear one more person, cry about that we can't afford this or that, about people and about national health care and about education, I just want to pop their little heads like a pimple, because there's obviously not very much brain left in there. It's been so completely manipulated. I want people to wake up and think. Our government had, and still has, the right to mint as much ducats as necessary to promulgate whatever is deemed important. If you're in debt, what your government is saying is that your services and products reek compared to the rest of the world. In other words, if we actually owe any other nation anything, it means that that nation actually provides better products and services. In other words, they're saying that this nation is down under. That we're... And if we are that way, it means that our education system has failed. So, if you want a healthy economy, man, this is simple. It's so simple. Get rid of the greed and corruption, man, that has brought so many people to their knees, man, and suffering, man. The Federal Reserve, man, gone. Get rid of it. It's a criminal entity when it first was founded, and it's a criminal entity to this day. There's no reason any government should borrow from private individuals, man, that get wealthy off the entire, rest of the populace. Those people are criminals, man. They're slave drivers, man. They're so greedy and so corrupt, they don't care that people are dying because of their greed, man. Dying, literally, man. Blood, they've soaked themselves in blood-drenched bills, and they think it's great. They celebrate their ever-increasing profits off selling at the highest dollar the very cheapest and worst things. Destroying their own reputations in the process. They don't care, because they just come back the next day under a different criminal name. Yeah, I got off on a tangent when I said I didn't want to. But imagine the psychological torture of being a person with a decent intelligence. I'm not saying I'm the super genius of the universe. I'm the kid, though, that I now realize why I was so hated, man, in school. I never had to study. I never... Most of the textbooks I read, if not in the first day of class, like, maybe in, whatever spare boring lecture that was redundant for the day of another class. And then it would be like I read it, And so the rest of the year I'd be like, I was that kid that never, I mean, I can't say I never ever did any homework, but it was rare, man. It was most of the time as if it was a semester project that I actually, just procrastinated enough and waited till like the very last day before it was due, and then, ran out of time or something, And I'm not saying I got A's effortlessly, But if I wanted to, I could always get straight A's without much effort. Most of the time, if I didn't get a good grade, it was because I either didn't show up for class because it was so boring, or it was because I stayed awake all night, or because I was actually working, swings and graveyards because I left home at such a young age. Started running away from home when I was 11. By 14, pretty much never went back. I spent my 15th birthday away from home. I never was back since. I wouldn't advise kids to take such a hard life. Stay at home with your parents as long as you can, man, and save your ducats, man, for something worthwhile. At least your own car, or hopefully your own flat, or even despite all the trailer park trash comments, owning your own trailer is still better than renting. Owning, man, is always better. You have some type of net worth, man. You have a nest egg, a little bit at least. At any rate, I know a lot of people don't think so when their net worth, man, or their equity plummeted thanks to massive greed at the top. It's so easy for these people to do. This is so simple. It's such an easy concept. Okay, you're a super wealthy person, so you loan the banks the money. I mean, this is what the Federal Reserve, private entities, loan the nation money, and they make interest rates. They set the interest rates, so they make interest rates go low. Put out a bunch of pieces of paper, tell everybody that their homes are worth more money, and so people are constantly being inundated with advertising. So then people constantly live above their means, and so people then constantly borrow against their so-called equity, when it's not equity at all. It's just an inflated value, falsely so. Right? It's not really intrinsically worth that much, but if everybody agrees it's worth that much, then it is. Something is only worth what any buyer and seller can agree on any day, right? So if we all agree of inflated, and it's always just free money floating around, or really loose money, or really low interest rates, well, then everybody jumps at the opportunity to buy all kinds of toys and stuff, so they get all these luxurious things, and then this is just tight and loose, and then what happens is people lose their homes, and then what do these entities do? Okay, they put out a concept, just an imaginary thing, which is called money. It's just a concept. It has no real value. And what did they get in return? When you lost your homes and all the prices dropped way down, then all these super wealthy individuals can just go in and just buy it all up, and now instead of owning, you are a slave. You are renting. And they now have increased their real net worth by they actually own real property. And this happens cyclically, man, at will, by the super wealthy. And they can do this easily, man. And it happened in the Great Depression before, and it happens in every recession, and it happens in every time that these people want to just accumulate more for themselves. The rest of us are pretty much at their mercy, so long as we continue to buy into the constant, advertising of greed and materialism flashed in front of our eyes daily through the airways and everywhere we go. It takes great discipline to live within your means, man. I know by experience. At any rate, I'll get into the details, man, of everything that's actually occurred by the will of such persons and who these persons are, and so on and so forth later. Okay, so like I said, imagine, man, the psychological torture of a person with decent intelligence. Like I said earlier, my lowest IQ that I was ever tested at was 128. Mostly falls between the high 140s and low 170s. And doing research and paying thousands of dollars for tests and seeing all the evidence of why I'm suffering. And I know this sounds arrogant and I'm boasting, but I know, because of all the schools that I've been in, because of the many class participations, been in all the jobs I've had, all the professions, including 2 military careers, nominations to 2 different military academies, that my ability to learn things, has always been easier than the vast majority, including these doctors and nurses that I have to entrust my life to. Now, I'm not saying that, there's none of them that are more intelligent than me. I'm not saying there's none of them that know more about their professions than I do. I'm saying, yeah, praise God, they should. But what I'm saying is that if I apply myself, within a very short period of time, I can be on equal talking terms, if not more so. And for me to spend thousands of dollars and thousands of hours, and to have these people that frankly are more challenged, man, they are more challenged than I am. They don't think they are, but they think because they got little letters after their names that they're just the super geniuses of the universe. But they're not. These people are not necessarily bright people. I'm not saying that they're, not maybe, above average intelligence. But I'm saying, man, these are not super geniuses. And god dang, when it's your life on the line, you want the best! At least I do! And I have a plan that will get everybody the best every time. It is psychologically torture to have to sit there and listen to people that consider themselves superior in intellect and superior in medical knowledge about you in 5 minutes than you know in a lifetime. And that your life is on the line, and these people won't even let you defend your own life. They're so fucking arrogant. Excuse my language. I am pissed. Beyond pissed, man, at my experience in healthcare in this country. It reeks, man. Reeks! And it's mainly because of the people. Now, I'm not saying there aren't good, kind, caring doctors and nurses out there. And nobody can be expected to know everything. That's why my plan, man, addresses that issue. That's not necessarily their fault. They just need to be able to be honest when they come across something they don't know that they don't know. They can't know everything. Nobody can. But in the 21st century, we have a way to make sure that at least the accumulated knowledge, medically speaking, of the entire world is available to every single office, every visit, so that you're not sent through the runaround, the ring around of, doctor after doctor after doctor, and specialist after specialist after specialist, of people that you just hope maybe one day you might find somebody that's, the genius enough to actually diagnose you correctly, let alone treat you. I can't believe how I was telling these people, you idiots, I've already spent the money. I've already been diagnosed. I already know what's wrong with me. I want this treatment. And they sit there and argue with me. Nobody's going to give you that. It's a standard of practice, you moron. It's my life. You know when it's your life and some asshole sits there in his arrogance, man, and leaves you in incredible pain and suffering and thinks that they know more about you than you do and denies you that care? Do you know how much you want to just throttle him? I know I'm not the only one suffering. I know this can't be just me. It almost brings you to acts of, I'm telling you, I was tempted. I was tempted to kill these people, man. I was. They were intentionally, man, not listening to me and arrogantly misdiagnosing me and leaving me in the worst kind of pain. When I already paid for and had already obtained diagnoses that were correct, and I still couldn't get, even though I was willing to pay proper treatment. From 4 states! 4 whole states! When I was so sick I could barely crawl out of bed for fighting for my life, I still took my piddly little resources and drove to into 4 different states and still couldn't find competent care. It's frustrating, man, because they think you're either whacked, when really the truth of the matter is they're ignorant. What I'm saying is they're not stupid. They're just lacking knowledge, and they're too proud to admit it. It's your life on the line. And these people discredit, criticize, insult, mock, laugh, and you're literally dying, fighting for your life in horrible pain, and you can't break through their arrogance no matter how hard you try. So I'm going public. I see this as a crisis beyond crisis. I see it doesn't matter if it's nationally paid or privately paid, if people are that retarded or so proud they can't admit they don't know, and think they automatically know more than any other Joe Blow public out there. I can't believe how many quacks I've met. I call them quacks because as far as I'm concerned, they shouldn't even be practicing medicine. They're so damn ignorant. Some of them maybe have a good heart, man. Like this elderly chap, man, that hung on me like a monkey. You know? Maybe he has a decent heart. Maybe he's so used to people trying to screw him over or milk the system or something that he just couldn't help but maltreat me. But the truth of the matter is when I was trying to explain to him what I've already been through, the hell I've been through, what I already knew was wrong with me, this guy told me to shut up, literally, man. Would not even let me defend my own life! And started, a routine examination that was so laughable as to make me want to think that this person should not be in medicine any longer at all. So unprofessional. This guy literally hung on me like a monkey. I was having seizures. I was sitting there with my teeth clenched like this, my muscles seizing, and this guy's hanging on me, testing to see if I was lying about my former back injury, even though I have 4 years of rehabilitation records and expensive bills to prove it. Oh, I just decided to just blow thousands of dollars just for the hell of it because I was pretending I had a back injury. Fucking morons, man. You want to smack the living shit out of them when they do this. They're so fucking arrogant. Yeah, there I go, a Christian minister, somebody who's seen Christ, using the F word again. Don't strain at the gnats, man, and swallow the camels. I know, man, foul language is not complimentary, man. Shows a limited vocabulary. But I am speaking their language. I want the people that, don't believe in the Almighty, man, to understand, man, that their ignorance, man, is life-threatening. Their brainwashing and their deception of them, self-deception and their delusions of their education, man, is life-threatening. That people, by putting out the knowledge of God, are putting away knowledge. True knowledge, sound knowledge, sanity. They're calling us insane. They're the ones that are irrational. They can't even use their 5 senses to come to the conclusion that there's no other explanation for their own existence and everything they observe other than God. And I'll get to that soon enough. It is psychological torture to have to sit to these people. And you don't want to come across arrogant, knowing that they do not have as much knowledge as you, even though they think they do. Knowing that they have not spent thousands of dollars and thousands of hours studying yourself because it's your life on the line, that they think in 5 minutes they can tell more about you than you can in a lifetime. It's psychological torture to have to deal with this arrogant ignorance. So they misdiagnose, they maltreat, and they otherwise do harm to you in their ignorance. And by stating that, it doesn't mean that they don't have greater knowledge than I do in other areas. But I'm sober enough and humble enough to admit it. Doctors and nurses I've met epidemically think that their patients could not possibly know more about themselves than they do, even though we've been living in our own bodies for decades and have spent time and energy taking care of ourselves during that time. I think most have no idea how traumatizing it is to realize that most people you went to school with in all ways struggled with material that to you was virtually common sense. To you never had to study a day in your life and then have to go to these same types of people and trust them with your life. It's torture. It's like, oh my God, these are the people, man, that struggle to get a C. Your life's on the line. Or going to people so ignorant they don't even believe in the existence of God, demonstrating that the person who wants to treat you is actually irrational themselves and mostly believes or has extremely fallible knowledge. It's terrifying, and I'm not being facetious. It is terrifying. Nor am I boasting. It's just my life is in danger due to their ignorance. That's a fact. My life is in danger due to their ignorance, their incompetence, and their unjustified arrogant supposition that they know more about you and your health situation in 5 minutes than you do after thousands of hours of research and decades in your own body. Not to mention viewing medical tests they refuse to even look at in their supreme pride. I had the tests I would spend all kinds of money on in my hands, and they wouldn't even look at it. I'm purposely attacking medical professionals, not to make them feel bad or make them hardened or hate me, but because I want it radically improved. For everyone's sake. They have been brainwashed in their soma-a-day thinking, to get them to remember it's our lives, man. Our lives, man, are at stake. They need to listen to your patients. Shut your trap. Open your fucking ears. Put your pride on hold. Mega. Maybe you might actually correctly diagnose them then. And actually correctly treat them then. I'm traumatized and infuriated, man. Because there's now an epidemic of ignorance and incompetence, man. It's so great that when you go in to see a doctor, man, he's looking at his watch, man, counting the minutes, man. 5-10 minutes, that's all he's got for you, That's bullshit, man. And then he charges you $250. People treat doctors and nurses, stuff like they're gods or something. I can't believe, man, the ones I've met, man, I disdain. They're pathetic. When we go looking at my medical records, I hope when you read what these people say and think is acceptable behavior, that you'll agree. So I want to make people angry enough to radically improve themselves, man. I do. It's traumatized, man, because there's an epidemic of ignorance that's prevalent in America pretty much in all walks of life now, including medical care, since we departed from the knowledge of God in our public education system and replaced it with the pure fantasy, of evolution, leaving people with no conviction to always do their very best because they all just think we're animals. Physically, medical professionals, due to ignorance and corruption and greed, have prevented me from obtaining competent medical care. It's not just psychological torture these people put me through, man, and their extreme ignorance, man, and extreme arrogance, man. But physically, man, I can't get treatment. I mean, like, this pain that's like so great, man. And I mean, somebody that hates drugs is like, contemplating, I mean, even every once in a while, even illegal substances. I can't afford them now. I can't afford legal or illegal drugs now, man. Even if I could get somebody that actually cared, man. Frankly, I don't want pain mitigating substances. I want the proper medical treatment to get me healthy again and well, which I know is available if it worked for me having to, like, fight like supreme ignorance. It's a standard of practice, man, when you're given an incompatible blood transfusion to go to compatible transfusion therapy. Look it up for yourself. Yeah, I mean, nations across the world, man, that's exactly what they do, man. I mean, how is it that I've come across doctor after doctor and nurse after nurse in this country that doesn't understand that? They have no idea. To me, it's inexcusable. It's like such supreme ignorance. I mean, it's a standard of practice. This isn't like elite, like expert knowledge. It's a standard of practice. And I couldn't get it when I was willing to pay, when I was begging, literally, for my own life. And I'm still, to this day now, I'm doing it publicly. I'm reduced to public humiliation. No choice. I can't stand the pain I'm in. It's like, it's beyond tolerable levels. I tell myself one day at a time, un día a la vez. Dios mío, I tell myself one day at a time. But every day, man, for years, man, when you wake up, man, and in chronic pain every day. When to do anything, take anything at all, going to the store, getting a letter, mailing something, mailing your rent check, to cook for yourself that day, to eat, to go to the bathroom, to shower, to try to keep your place reasonably clean. To do anything is like climbing Mount Everest in difficulty. When in such pain, you force yourself on your very best days for a life experience, like to go just float in the lake or the river, thinking that this may be the very last time, and to enjoy this one good moment, despite the fact that you're in incredible pain. To have to do that day after day, not knowing if you're going to even wake up the next day. To have chest pains, heart pains, to have organs, man, giving you grief. And to not be able, even when you had the money, to secure the treatment you needed because they're so arrogant and so incompetent you couldn't get it even though you drove to 4 states. To be reduced to humiliation and having to, after going to your local authorities, after going to your state authorities, after going to every legislator, congressman, after going to all medical boards and directors, after going to all known media, after going to every single branch of government, including filing a $10 trillion class action lawsuit, just to make sure that these entities on all the executive levels actually had been properly notified of your allegations. That if one person actually ever came and helped, if the vision was true that I had, an agent by the name of John Fairbanks might have been shot in the head, and for actually trying to help me against 3 cops one day, that were, threatening Jane's life, right? Threatening to kill me and threatening to kill her. Through this whole ordeal. That this one agent may one day tried to help, and his superior, then the vision shot him in the head. I don't know if it's true. I just know that the name came, man, John Fairbanks, and that he had a wife, and that he was, kind of getting up in years, but that he was a good man, and that he let the guy shoot him in the head, because if he would have fought, he was in fear that they would have killed his wife. It was a deeply disturbing vision. Maybe one person actually did try to help. If it's coming down to cold-blooded assassinations and murders for people that are trying to save people's lives, man, this nation is, headed for really dark, dark, dark days, man. Like I said, I can only do my best and trust God to do the rest. So, why would I be spending, what little energy I have doing this? Physically, man, this ignorance, corruption, and greed has prevented me from obtaining competent medical care, leaving me with agonizing lupus-like symptoms, swollen organs, poor digestion, joint and bone pain, muscle hypertension, tremors and seizures, migraines, fatigue so severe that I've had to buy a cane and a walker, so I'm just barely above 40, and barely have enough energy to still buy myself groceries once a month or so. I try to be as pleasant as possible in public, because I know if I constantly walked around, really, with the expressions of how I feel, it would make most people extremely uneasy. So I'm using the last of my energy at this time of my life in work that I should have been done by authorities, because I must. Because they haven't done their jobs. Because cops are criminals instead of, law and order men and women of integrity. Because doctors are mass murderers, or so incompetent and ignorant they're life-threatening. Because they've got no choice, man, to say, damn it. All of you who don't take time to know God and to do your very best, man, always, man, to take pride in your work and to treat others as if it was your life on the line, or somebody you actually care about, your own child, or maybe your own spouse, or if you care about anybody. I have no choice. I've got to. I've done it. I've gone through the entire chain of command of our government that a citizen's supposed to go through for a redress of grievances, to no avail. Systematically, man, doors shut, man, one after another, after another, after another. So I'm going public, man. I got no choice, man. The public needs to know about this. This is horrible, man. It's not just my experience, man. People are dying, man. While you sit there and debate, how are we going to pay for this? Which is so damn ludicrous, it's silly! If people's lives were actually valuable, this wouldn't even be remotely a conversation. There is enough money to do whatever people actually think is valuable to do in the world, man. Real value is the resources, your products, and your services. It's what you do. Money is an unlimited concept. There's enough money as people can imagine. What's limited is your time on earth, your products, your services, natural resources. And really, that's not that limited compared to the global population. Not really. If the fishermen that are now jobless would be retrained, they know where the fish that they used to fish actually really breed the best and swim the best and so on. So we retrained into actually raising those fish, releasing them, at least 13 to 20% of all raised fish back just straight into the wild. To replenish, man. Our oceans, man, we need to learn how to eat more fish. We need to learn how to eat more, sea vegetables. This is like, I know I'm being redundant, but this is absolutely, man, with the growing population, what needs to be done. And you need to just, like I said, man, give incentives to, people, man. First of all, in the United States of America, man, if I was president, man, nationally paid for health care, all medical, I'll go into the details, but all medical workers would be, their own entities. They could be whatever they want, partnership, corporation, or sole proprietorship, or whatever actually I would do away with personal income taxes too, completely. And if I ever hear people saying, who will you pay for it all? I'd be like, I suppose what I'll do is not, try to insult you. I don't want to be insulting people. But I'll repeat myself. There's enough money, with good leadership to do whatever the vision is. Don't let them tell you that you're the slave that has to pay for it. I'll get into the details, man. I mean, it's so sad, man, the way things are in this country, and as far as I'm concerned, around the world. So, I'm doing this because I must. I don't have a choice. I can't live with myself knowing how much pain I'm in, and if these people are still loose to do it to innocent others. The pain I'm in is excruciating. Ask anyone who's experienced lupus or graft versus host rejection over even a short period of time, let alone years. Listen to me. You arrogant, presumptuous, brainwashed idiots! And I'm speaking about the quacks I've met. They misdiagnosed and tortured me and denied me needed, competent medical care. Listen, man. Stop being so friggin' arrogant. You're wrong. You didn't take the time. You didn't look at the lab reports. You didn't look at the x-rays. If you did, you are completely lying, and you're so incompetent, man, that you should be absolutely permanently banned from medical practice. I know and have known for years now that the treatment I've needed is compatible transfusion therapy of O-positive blood. Heavy metal chelation and detoxification through blood cleansing similar to kidney dialysis machines. Colon hydrotherapy and specialized diet, nightly liquid oxygen, and some other methods of quiet deliverance of oxygen. I know what I need. I know, I just can't get it. And at least haven't been able to get it for years. Even when I had the money. You're so damn arrogant and brainwashed, and you actually think you know better when it's my life at stake. This is my life. I'm not an idiot. I know what I need to live. But they walk in, look at their watch, ask you a few questions, and it's like, send you to another quack. Or give you the so-many-a-day cure-all for the modern dark ages. It was bloodletting then, and now it's a pill for this and a pill for that. And pretty soon you're taking 20 because why? Because they intentionally add harmful toxins that cause those side effects. It's not an intrinsic part of the process of giving you the medicinal value that it comes from in its natural state, whether it's botanicals, medicinals, herbals, or roots. The pharmaceutical companies intentionally add toxic substances that do damage to your health that cause you to have to take another pill and another pill and another pill. Yes, they do. It's outrageous quantities of greed. It's the love of money over human life. And it's all sanctioned by the government because, why? Because there's too much people. So they want the lifespan to decrease. And I have a recording, man, saying it's a form of population management. And it ain't no hoax. It's actually what was put on my voicemail one day when I was trying to fight for my own life and that of others, that I notified the U.S. Attorney General's office, and about a week later, man, I got that, pleasant message. Could have just been coincidental, but I'll let you decide. I know what I need. It's my life at stake. I'm literally having to publicly beg, man, because I don't know what else to do. I mean, I've been reduced to a disabled status. when if I could have just, if I hadn't married a psychopath, if there hadn't already been psychopaths in hospitals, killing people for their organs, if there was actually, competent men and women of integrity in law enforcement, if the higher authorities actually cared about people, that I had to notify by email and letters and faxes and, non-stop for years, man. And I won't rest until I'm either well or breathing my last. I'm gonna prevail or die trying. This is outrageous. I can't believe, man, how much greed, man, and how much vice. What are the chances, right? If it's just an isolated incident, then I must be like the most unfortunate person ever born. It's not. It's a commentary at how greedy and how sick our culture is. I married a person so greedy and so selfish she tried to poison her own husband for the estate and for the life insurance. Then she just happens to, draw the lucky card and partner with conspiring doctors, man, that are also so greedy they actually profit off, killing people and harvesting their organs. This is a global problem. I'm not crazy, man. If you don't believe me, you have not done research. This is an epidemic crisis. It's not that, I'm imagining this incredible conspiracy theory. It evolved from one corrupt, greedy, sick person to another, to another, to another. We're in a crisis of integrity in this country as a result of people being taught that they came from pond scum and monkeys. That's the reason. If they don't believe that there is a divine God and Creator that made them with a divine purpose, that they will give account to when they breathe their last, which is the reality of the real universe in which we exist, not imagined, not religious, not a choice, it's how it is, then we get shit in their brains and shit out of their brains. And we get shit products, and we get shit treatment, we get shit service, we get shit, more shit. Hence, we're in debt because our products and services have become shit. That's the only reason why we'd ever owe anybody anything, is if the products and services operating in this nation, or offered in this nation, are inferior to everywhere else. So hence, we have to get our products and services elsewhere, because we are not providing products and services to others, so hence we are in debt to others. If we are actually in debt, which we've not. It's just another one of those things that just cracks the whip over you. Pay your taxes. You don't owe any taxes. The entire federal income tax is an illegal, operating structure. It's never been ratified by Congress. It's never been law. Personal income tax, man, has never been legal in this country, but people pay it all the time, and if they don't pay it, man, they literally have people with shotguns breaking their doors down for tax evasion. Life-threatening criminal entity, as far as I'm concerned, racketeering. Pays us for protection, or we'll take your home, we'll take your cars, and we'll threaten your life. As far as I can tell, man, the greatest threat to your personal safety, to your personal well-being and that of your family, is not some terrorist flying over, from some foreign country. It's the terrorists operating and oppressing the shit out of you from our own corrupt governing officials. Now, I'm not saying all politicians are corrupt. Praise God, that's not the case, because we'd probably already be ash and ruins today. But I'm saying there is an incredible lack of vision due to people so entrenched and so incumbent in the system, man, that they just can't see their way out. private funding and interest and campaign fees, so you're feeling indebted to these persons, and you don't realize that when you give very little increase, like monopolies and telecoms and so on and so forth, that it makes millions of people suffer, man. And same thing with the banks and so on and so forth, man. I mean, the people that get hit the hardest, man, are already the hardworking poor, man, or the disabled or the oppressed, man, that have been just beat down by life, man. I mean, if a poor person goes $1 over in their bank account, man, $35, man, bang. And then $5 per day, it can cost them $70 like that. $70 for them may be the difference as to whether or not they get their power shut off that month, or whether or not they actually can even make rent, or whether or not they can even maybe buy themselves a few eggs. Then speculation on gas prices, man. I mean, people speculating so that gas fluctuates like this and that, going up and down like radically, right? There are millions of people on fixed levels of income that every time these greedy people speculate on commodities, especially oil, man, all of a sudden, man, they are like starving. Some are dying because it causes, when transportation costs go up, every single product, including food, is affected. No, man, I have solutions for this country. Probably not, at least the wealthy people aren't going to like to hear it, but I'll tell you what, man, the poor and oppressed, man, would have a true sigh of relief, man. It's what's needed in this country, man, a break, man, for all the people that are, really suffering under greed and oppression, man. So I'm having to beg for proper care and to find a knowledgeable professional. I couldn't even pay for competent treatment because I couldn't find any. Couldn't find anyone intelligent and knowledgeable enough to recognize I've been telling the truth by looking at my lab reports, my MRIs, and my CAT scans. And we have a major problem with healthcare, and it's not just healthcare; it's every line of work. It is hard to get honest, competent individuals these days in any field. And it is because of our education system brainwashing children from the time they're knee-high to a grasshopper into thinking they came from pond scum and monkeys. Yeah, that is the heart of the issue. Is that our education system sucks. It reeks. It's establishing a religion of nonsensical, fantastical proportions above any other religion on the planet. At least most other religions have some fundamental basis in reason or logic or some scientific, support somewhere. But evolution doesn't. It is a complete and total, man, fallacy. A renounced theory by its originator. It's amazing that it's been propagated, and I'm telling you, it's been intentionally promulgated in this country, man. Intentionally. The fascist, man, came over here from Nazi Germany in World War II, man. And shortly thereafter, man, evolution became like fact in America. Now I'm going to get to the psychological torture of what corrupt police officers and federal agents have put me through. And I hope that if I have emotional outbursts at times, even after dealing with this for years, you won't be afraid of me. Just understanding that the emotion is justified. Imagine watching a video in full color with audible sound, because that's what remote viewing or visions of divine revelation are like for me. Of your spouse in a room full of naked cops with every orifice filled one right after another in trained fashion. What would you do? I battled, man. I battled, man. Wanting God to make sure these people died genderless. Wanting to make sure they died so horribly, man, the whole world heard about it. I went to them, man, to save people's lives, man. This is how they repaid me. Use my tax dollars, man, to help this person that brutally tortured me get away with defrauding me and had orgies with her. My wife, we were were still married. I battled, man. And I'm telling you, man, if you're doing such evil on earth that a man or woman of God is tempted to mutilate you and risk their own salvation, risk damning their eternal soul, you're doing excessive evil. And my judgment stands on this before the Almighty. And I have this power and authority in His name to do so. In Yehoshua's mighty name, you will not experience any rest to your soul, any forgiveness to your soul. Every one of you that have participated in these atrocities, man, until you publicly own what you have done. You're going to have to face the music. You're going to have to be men and women enough to face the fact that you were sick. You're sex offenders. You let murderers go free just so you can get your wee-wees waxed. You even helped her, man. Rob me, man. I mean, this isn't just a mugging, man. Muggings are bad enough, man. This isn't just, embezzling of some funds, man. This was years of my life of grueling work. Hundreds of hour weeks, man. Hardly any vacations. Hardly any breaks. Hardly any days off. Non-stop grueling work to break through poverty, man. I went from having clothes on my back, a Bible in my hand, and a hymnal, to having a net worth at one time at least of over $1 million, and basically at the time worth about $2 to $3 million. Now I wasn't rich, but I was getting there. And what was the goal? Not for me to be rich. The goal was that I could minister full time and never ever have to ask a congregation for one penny. That I could actually instead find out from my congregation if any of them needed help, and be a provider, and be a father, be an example. So much, man. I mean, for my ambition, man. Married a woman so greedy that when she realized if I was out of the picture, man, she'd have $500,000 tax-free and all the entire estate to herself to do with as she saw fit. It wasn't enough that I gave her every check I made. This person's horrendous, man. I know there's people that have known her for, decades that think there's no way she would be capable of this. They haven't seen, man, the look of, incredible evil on her face. They do not know, man, her dark side, man. They were not married to this person, man. They didn't live with her day and night. If you don't face the music chain, if you allow them to murder me or to further abuse me and so on and so forth, you too will not find, man, no matter how many times you read the Psalms, no matter how many rituals, no matter how many stupid commentary books you read, from the New Age movement, as you approach your dying day, you will be in terror. There will be no assurance in your soul, man, of forgiveness from the Almighty. You have sided with fascists, eugenic mass murders. You've sided with the very likes of the Nazis in Germany, man. Hitler, to cover up your own sickness. You're sick. You're a psychopath. You're a greedy, selfish psychopath. And until Christ comes into your life, man, I don't trust you with nobody. I can't believe that you're the person I've known best on planet Earth, and you're one of, as far as I'm concerned, the worst characters in all of history. As a compliment, I can say you're smart, you're clever, you're crafty, you're organized, you're a great actress. But as far as how selfish and sinister your character was and the maltreatment that you put me through, hell that you put me through, man. I find few, man, have even come close, man, to being this severely maltreated in all of history. And I mean, I've read, like I said, I've read through all the martyrs. Now I know I'm not alone. I know there's innocent men, women, and children that are blown up, man. That are born with birth defects, that suffer their whole lives, man. I know I'm not alone. But this level of evil in this country, man, must be addressed, man. It cannot remain free and loose. If the people of this country, man, are going to be apathetic, man, to the mass murdering politicians and the mass murdering doctors and the raping cops and, I mean, greed and corruption and scandal after scandal, man, to the point where I've told you what you can do. It's nonviolent. Every time this occurs, man, in any town or city, the entire nation stops. Freezes. Unified strike across America, no activity. No going to your lattes, no going to school, no doing, stand in the streets. Stand in the streets of your neighborhood, stand in the streets of your city, stand in the streets, let all activity cease. When the greedy, corrupt incumbents, man, realize they have no one to rule because no one's doing anything, then they will have to address the issues that you are facing and are concerned with, namely the fact that we now have an epidemic of corruption and absolute crime in this country, man. Not, the many gangs, but our own people we pay to serve and protect us. You know what this country needs to really clean up the entrenched corruption within the CIA and the FBI and the NSA and the other 12 other, criminal organizations as far as I'm concerned. Now, I'm not saying all the people in there, but if what I'm getting at is if there was even a majority, like 60% of decent ones, why the hell are they not arresting these people? I'm serious, man. The evidence is overwhelming, man, of these crimes, man. It is overwhelming. Why are these people still fighting if it's not an epidemic of corruption on all levels? Unless the decent people are just so naive that they're working next to rapists, robbers, and murderers. That they're abusing the Patriot Act, man, severely, man. Busting in people's homes, coveting their properties, coveting their cars, saying as soon as this, joker's dead, we're going to, I get his truck, and I get his Jeep, and I get his tractor, and I get this, and I get that. What are all these government options? They say it's coming from drug seizures. Well, I'm wondering how many people are being murdered, man, and that our government's just profiteering from. I'm serious. When I see, shofars and stuff in these government auctions, I'm thinking, wait a second, man. These are deeply religious people, man. Most people don't have shofars. And they're calling them drug dealers or whatever. Into the RICO Act, anytime the government can profit by framing a citizen, man, RICO laws, all those laws, man, should be abolished, man. Jesus, man. No, the greatest danger, man, is the corruption, man, the abuse of power in this nation, man. If I was in law enforcement and I had a rapist in my precinct wearing the same uniform, and I knew that, by leaving that person unaddressed, that the rest of the public couldn't tell the difference between me as a person of integrity and that scumbag, I'd be like, oh man, that shithole would friggin' be given the most aggravated of sentences. And it's a good thing, man, there's a God in heaven, even though these people don't believe it. Because if it weren't for the God that you don't believe in, man, I probably would have at least tried, man. I might not have succeeded, but I probably would have tried. Some of you might actually be genderless and dead. You shouldn't do evil on the level that you've done, man. No one should, man. You're going to have to face the music. I don't care if you've got 3 little kids and a baby, man. Those 3 little kids don't need a rapist for a dad. They don't need a sex-offending cop. They don't need someone that threatens to kill their husband to force the woman to give them sex acts. Or when she's a criminal, say, you know, you can either go to prison or suck my dick. What type of scumbags you are. And I'm saying it to your face. I'm afraid of you! Because I'm telling you, the scriptures say vengeance belongs to God. But then God also delegates. And the scriptures plainly say in the New Testament, and I'll get to this later for all you Satanists that think that your God is the God of vengeance. You're tricked. You're fooled. The one true God of the universe gets the ultimate vengeance. And he delegates it to all those that were maltreated on the earth. It says plainly in the New Testament, we have a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. I don't know. Get to the text if you don't believe it. We will return with him in flaming glory. And I guarantee you're going to see that angels are not these little, how do you say, cherubs on those postage stamps and cards that you like to pretend. Angels burn brighter than the sun. They can stand in stars, man. Your depictions of angels are pathetic. We can be kind and loving, but like the angels that smote, man, the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah, man. You're pushing it! So imagine watching your spouse, man, trained by, you know, not even washing themselves between their schmag deposits. Their ejaculate. I know these kinds of crimes happen during wars, man, where husbands are killed and forced to watch their wives gang raped. But my tax dollars paid these unbelievable pieces of festering shit! Maggot-riven shit! And until you are man and women enough to own what you've done, that's what you'll remain as. Pieces of festering, maggot-riven shit! I put food on their table. And when I went to them for help to save people's lives, this is what they did. They had orgies with the person who tortured and tried to murder me multiple times. I imagine only God knows how furious and how tempted I was to try and figure out how to provide them with fitting and just consequences for the heinous nature of their crimes and extreme betrayal of necessitated public trust. I screamed in rage almost daily for many months as to why God was letting these unbelievable people live. I reasoned that if I actually tried to kill them, and they more than deserved it, then all that would happen is my own death, and even if I got a few of these disgusting persons, and the public would watch an honorarium of them and their beloved officers killed in the line of duty, and a critique against someone they would be told was mentally ill, rather than someone who could not tolerate that armed rapists, a whole gang of them, are what we have up in Sandpoint and Bonner County region for cops. I'm not saying all of them. The ones that aren't, man, you better be looking over your shoulder, man. You've got serious criminals in your ranks. And I'm ready to face the music. I'll take any polygraph. If I have to go to prison, if I'm going to be murdered. I can't stand it. I will not tolerate this level of corruption in this country. I won't tolerate it anywhere on earth. And I don't care if it costs me my life. I know I'm coming back with the Almighty, man. And I know if you don't clean up your acts, if you don't own what you did, I'm going to get my issue. I couldn't live with myself if I allowed these wicked persons to do these types of crimes to anyone else. At least without speaking up, no matter how many people think I'm crazy, no matter how many people think I've lost my mind, no matter what's done to me. I couldn't live with myself if I don't speak up, if I don't at least try! The only thing that's kept these sick individuals alive is my reverence for God and Christ. Because when I would scream at God, believe me, man, all you who are tempted for vengeance, all you who've sworn vengeance, I know, there's coming a day for that. But in the meantime, man, Christ died for even the most disgusting, the most depraved, even though they're ungrateful. He's still pleading with even them. If perchance, man, they might repent before they breathe their last. So every time I would scream at God, why is he letting them live? Why are they still breathing? Why are they having orgies off years of my hard work while I lie in agony fighting for my life? Why I'm losing everything I worked for? Every time I would scream, which was because I was in the mountains as loud as I could go, I would see Christ crucified, clear as day. I'd be like, no! They don't care! The most awesome being that's ever incarnated died for them! Gave up his dreams, his life, his ambitions, which could have blessed the entire world beyond anyone's imagination. We could have already been populating the universe. They don't care. I'd be like, they don't care. They don't care. They think you're weak. I'd be like, please let me speak to them on their terms, God. Let me show them where the might really is. They don't care. If they did, they couldn't do these things. But I can't call myself, man, a disciple of Christ, man, and say that his work, man, is not sufficient for even death, no matter how hard it is for me. I know intellectually, man, that the cure, man, is Christ for all that ails humanity, for all the sins, for all the suffering, for everything. It's him. It's only him. I know that if they actually met him, they actually saw him, if they actually knew the hell they were headed for, or the heaven they were missing out on, that they wouldn't ever do these things again. The only reasonable thing I can do for public safety is stop these people in their tracks. Love them enough to pray that somehow one day they might be grateful that the greatest being that ever lived and died for them too. So risen to love and change and transform their wicked hearts. Not just having religion, not just turning over a new leaf, not just intellectually going to an assent that this is the most logical choice of all the choices, but meeting the one true God and being filled with His Spirit, being transformed from the inside out, being able to do what you cannot do without Him, which is have self-temperance, which is live righteously, to have joy with your Maker. No, I don't think anybody can really, that's alive at least, know what I'm talking about. Know what it's like, man. To see those you actually paid and put food in their mouths. Basically have orgies, man, with your own psychotic murdering spouse. By leaving you to suffer and die and lose years, many grueling 100-hour weeks back to back spent so that you could actually minister. When I would see Christ, he would remind me. He didn't just die for the small sinners, man. For those that the worst thing they've ever done is occasionally they let a foul word slip out of their mouth. But he died for the very vilest persons to ever incarnate as well. And actually wants to save even them. And be in their lives and change them for the better. So they never do these things again. Never! And even though I knew that people would be lied to and hate me, and even though I knew most likely I would just end up dead, myself, I would still struggle. And even though I knew Christ died for them also, I couldn't ever really explain to anybody the effect of the psychological torture of going to people you paid to serve and protect you, to gang rape or have orgies with your criminally insane spouse. I screamed for years. I fought on a moment-by-moment basis, man, the overwhelming desire for vengeance. This is all that's left me, man. And to have to keep faith with my God and Christ, and to yet do the best that I can, man, to make sure other people are not treated this way. It is horrifying beyond words to know that these people, many are married and have children, and they had orgies with the murderer, left mass murderers free to prey upon us all, and bartered acts of sex in exchange for a get-out-of-jail-free card for Jane. Helped her get away with defrauding me out of the bulk of my estate besides. That they actually threatened to kill me and her if she told anyone, and to kill me if she didn't have sex with an entire group of them. For her, this was music to her ears, though. She gets away with attempted homicide and even gets rich in the process rather than going to jail. What's more is she gets to have orgies to be. If a man of God was ever tempted to violence and vengeance, it's me. But how then would I really be addressing all the many problems, the heart of the issue? Why these things have actually occurred? Not to mention, even if I wanted to, it's hard for me to even walk now, let alone take on an entire group of armed and armored felony offenders in uniform. I've talked to people that said if doctors had done to them what they did to me, they would have killed them. It's a natural response, man. They would have killed them for sure. And while I understand this sentiment all too well, how would this solve the national crisis? What's more is they would end up dead or in prison or in an insane asylum if they didn't have absolute proof. Furthermore, they haven't seen Christ. And for us to sit in the final judgment seat and execute systematically other persons, even in the name of public safety, let alone if it's only for vengeance, is to say, "Thank you, Jesus, for dying for me, but I'm going to spit on you and your work and your sacrificial love that you did for them. He didn't just die for those of us, man, that are trying our hardest, man, though maybe in my case very unsuccessfully. But I'll never stop, man, praying to God to perfect me, because I know that ultimately it is His work. But at least to those of us that are trying with all of our own effort that He gives us and strength that He gives us to obey Him. He didn't just try for us that happened by His grace to become enlightened at a certain point in time in our lives. He died for all. For genocidal maniacs, for people slaughtering babies for profit, for people killing their own babies, for people that think it's funny to torture other people, for people that are intentionally polluting the air and the water to decrease the surplus population, for people that are, so greedy they don't care, man, so they blow whole mountains away and destroy aquifers, man. I mean, they're basically, condemning to misery, man, millions of people with, maladies and ailments, man. He died, man, for the very greediest, the very vilest, and the very best. He died for us all. And when you've had somebody, it's so easy to obey the Lord about when He said forgive others, man, if it's just them flipping you off on the highway because they've had a bad day or something and they're, just in a bad mood or something, or calling you a name or whatever, small offenses. Those are just so easy to just be like, no biggie, brother, I still love you, man. Right? We all have our moments, right? What's hard, man, what I've found impossible, man, is forgiving the people, man, brutally offended you, man. Unbelievable amounts of torture, man. Left you in pain so bad that even though you loved life, you almost begged to die. Don't get me wrong, man. I'm fighting to live. I have a lot. I keep saying this, I'm being redundant, but I do. I have a lot of knowledge from God, man. It's not the kind of thing you're going to find every day in a library. I hope I can share it with some people that might actually appreciate it. I've been struggling to stay alive so much that I started writing up, I wanted to get a better opinion, about women, because so many of them hurt me, especially this last one. And the weird thing is that since I was a tiny child, even too, I can remember I've always been infatuated and loved the opposite sex, not just desired them, and yet, for some reason, man, I just kept choosing very badly. So I said, to myself, man, I need to restore, man, thinking about the fairer sex in a really good way. So I figured I'd start writing, corresponding to women on the other side of the planet. I love them all, man. I know they're not perfect. I know some of them right now are at the stage of life where their hormones are raging and all they can think about is sex and so on and so forth. I know some of them are even, what some others would call prostitutes. I can't help but love them. The Lord caused me to see them all. And some that would even be life-threatening and dangerous for me, just like Jane was. And I thought to myself, people are complex. They're not just all evil. They're not just all good. They're like, they've got these choices in life they make, and sometimes people make really, really, really bad choices. And you try to see them in, in the most provincial light. And ultimately, man, everyone has the potential, man, for God's Spirit to shine into their life, man, and make them into something, man, so wonderful, man, that most of us can't even imagine. And ultimately, they'll finish up really well. Even if they've made some really, really, really bad choices. At any rate, I became aware that, once again, people, wouldn't believe, man, that God would show me, how people are, man, what it would be like to be with them, how I would influence them for good or for evil. Right? I mean, I want to have a good effect on people, but sometimes, man, and even in innocence, sometimes we don't have a good effect on people, right? And it's not that we did anything wrong, it's just that for some reason our chemistry or togetherness somehow, made them make, choices that they wouldn't have made otherwise that maybe weren't so good. And vice versa, like on me. For instance, Lord showed me some women actually, kind of like the tantalization of the possibility of getting caught. So they have, sex in risky places, even public places. Those people could be a very bad influence, eh? Especially if you're trying to be a minister. Even if they were exceptionally passionate and wonderful women. Just their risky behavior, man, could be dangerous. And it could be harmful to others. I suppose that's a poor example, but what I'm getting at is they could be, wonderful individuals, in and of their own selves. But the things and choices we do that seem innocent enough can affect others adversely. What I'm getting at is what you do in private or consensual or behind closed doors isn't always harmless to anyone else. Everything everybody does actually has this ripple effect in the ocean of life. All of our choices, man, are like these, molecules and electrons. Like if one node splits apart, then this electron goes and bumps into another atom and then maybe splits that family apart. No, it splits another family apart and becomes this epidemic of chaos and of social, nuclear fission. So all these, by taking the bond out, which is the love of God and just the knowledge of God, by taking that out of our society, we're getting social nuclear fission, where people are just splitting. They're falling apart. They're going crazy. They're not making good choices anymore. And it's because the glue that holds the universe together, and especially relationships, is God. It's love. And people that don't know God don't know what love is. And I don't care if you think you do or not. I don't care if you find that offensive. Until you know God, you've never known what love is. So on an intellectual level, man, I can know that Christ is the solution even for these people. And I can even intellectually want them to be saved and not to go to hell. But emotionally, when somebody offends you that severely, it is so hard to keep from a path of violent vengeance. So hard. And I'm telling you, there's a day coming for that. If these people don't finally get grateful before they breathe their last. And the people that have done heinous things like what I've described, that I'm having to risk my life to confront you because apparently there's not enough integrity and honor and left in this country, man, to arrest you any other way. That I have to rely on the Almighty. That I have to publicly plead to the President of the United States, having exhausted all other branches of government, from a local to a federal level. But ultimately, my plea is before the throne of the Almighty. That I don't want to see this nation fall into ashen ruins, anarchy, chaos. I don't want to see it fall into darkness so severe that they've got gangs of raping, robbing, murdering, militia or police, man, roving through the cities, man, in broad daylight, and people turning one another on spits, cannibalizing one another for hunger. I mean, you don't understand, man. The further you depart from God, the more hell on earth will become manifest. The more you try to put God and life and love and the virtues away from your knowledge, the more you will suffer. The more death and destruction, including you who think you will be immune, who sit above and watch everybody else suffer. The ones that are actually causing this, the true evil. People have to start uniting and making unified good choices. You got to get God, man, back in the public schools, back in the knowledge of your children. This book, man, I mean, do you realize for millenniums people have tried to prove this wasn't the Word of God? I mean, there's so many people that ignorantly criticize it as mythology and stuff, yet the sciences, man, have been proving. I mean, this thing is historic. People speak about it in pure ignorance. They haven't read it. They don't know what it even says. You read that start to finish, man. You still tell me it's not the Word of God, then I'd say you have made yourself willfully, man, an enemy of the Almighty. Seriously. I don't think any reasonable person that actually has the ability to comprehend what they read can go from that book start to finish and not understand by the time they're done that that's the Word of God. People have tried to disprove it, man. It's been an error in prophecy. No other book, no other feature in the entire world, man, I mean, has the signatures of authenticity from divine inspiration that this book has. I'm not saying there aren't other inspired scriptures from God, because there are as many inspired scrolls, so to speak, as there are sons and daughters of the Almighty. We're all living scrolls. We're all His voice in the world. The scriptures say so. And whenever the messengers were revealed over time, like Branham explained, the scrolls were revealed. The seals were broken. I'll get to that also later. So actually God showed me that all government should be conducted under His law and mercy. In other words, I say the truth in Christ before all the nations of the earth. I don't care if you consider yourself a Catholic nation, a Buddhist nation, a Hindu nation, whatever you call yourself now. If you as the leadership will mandate this book is the law of your land, the Holy Bible is the law of your land, and mandate that it is the primary textbook in all of your public education, that all of your students from the time they're in primary education to the time they graduate secondary school will have a full knowledge from start to finish of what this book says. I guarantee, no matter how small, I tell you from the divine, this blessing I leave in the earth, and no matter how small or impoverished your nation is, you will become wealthy and powerful. Only do not forget the Lord your God. He will reveal to you resources you didn't even know you had, so-called natural resources. Also, He will give your people knowledge and wisdom, understanding, knowledge of inventions. He will give you your whole company of all the people that exist within your borders. The ability to bring forth such wondrous things that the nations will come to you instead of you going to the nations for your products and your services. This is a fact. What is good comes from God. If you will make and embrace the one true creator of the universe and make His law your law, and make His instruction the instruction of your children, you will become blessed above all nations. If you reject, you will be brought low. Eventually, your nation will lie in dust and ashes and ruin. Your people starving, dying, skin and bones, baked by the hot sun. You must return to your Maker. He is the source of life. He's the source of all that's good. And when you put him away, you put away your own life. Your own sustenance that makes for life. It is the most foolish thing anyone can do. So he showed me that his law convicts of all crimes in the borders. But whenever somebody is convicted, they are to be offered mercy under the new covenant. In other words, okay, the person is convicted under the old covenant. In other words, the law is for law breakers. It is not for those under grace. It is for the people that are breaking the law. It is there to convict. It's there to serve, the purpose of bringing law and order, but also to convict, to establish what is right and what is wrong in the universe, to establish what is proper conduct and improper conduct between us. It is not up for debate. It is not up for the wind of change and public opinion. This law actually is executed in all the world, whether or not you agree to it. But if you do agree to it, and if you do teach your people, and if you govern your people by it, then they will be convicted by it, and the sentences are clearly imposed by God. So the convicted person is given the choice. Do you want mercy or do you want justice? The person that chooses mercy is then to be discipled, and by those full of the Holy Ghost, by those who know God, is then to be instructed in the way of the new life and how to know Christ. In other words, a form of probation, man, and accountability by elder mentors that are living righteously and well respected in the communities. If they want justice, then whatever God says is the punishment for that crime is what's to be done. In other words, if they're caught stealing, right, they're to restore what they stole. Sometimes it's just, 1 for 1. Sometimes it's sevenfold. But whatever God has established, it doesn't go to the government. It doesn't result in prison camps. It doesn't result in modern enslavement. It goes to pay the victim directly from the perpetrator. It's just. It's the way it should be. And if they can't pay or restore, then they work for that person until they can pay or restore. This is God's wisdom. This is the way things are supposed to be. That way there's restitution in the world. That way there's forgiveness. That way sometimes the offenders end up, finding out they're skilled in something they never knew they were, and end up, instead of stealing for hunger, they end up, finding a profession, and actually it's a win-win situation for everybody. But if it also says you're to stone them to death, then you're to stone them to death. I don't care how brutal that sounds. That's what you're supposed to do if they want justice. And that's the penalty for what they did. When people and nations harmonize with God's instructions, you will be blessed. His word cannot be broken. He cannot lie. But when you depart, man, you are cursed, man. You are cursed with the cursings. And no matter how many times you say God bless you, it doesn't have any effect as long as you are doing the things that bring the cursing. And so this nation is going and has suffered under the curse because of its departure. And it's going to suffer worse and worse if it continues to do so. Now, I know a lot of you think you're going to float on out of here in the days of great tribulation. But do not confuse the wrath of God, man, with the tribulation of this world. When they persecute you, in other words, when the Egyptians maltreated the Israelites, then the judgments of God fell upon them. The wrath of God fell upon them, even though the Israelites were still dwelling in the land of darkness. That is, spiritual Egypt at that time was the empire of the world and ungodly at that time, and had many idolatries committed. Right? It was blessed so long as it received and did well by God's people. But when maltreated God's people, cursed. And that's what's happening in this nation now. Sometimes I think that certain cities in this country have become so wicked that we should call for an immediate evacuation of all true believers from that city, so that they can just do whatever they want, so they can blaspheme God, so they can do all their perversions, etc., etc., etc. And then the true believers just announce to the rest of the world that they have withdrawn in the name of Christ from that city. God will set it forth as an example, just like he did Sodom and Gomorrah. And the rest of the people in the world might learn not to blaspheme, might learn not to be perverse, might actually realize that, the God of the universe is still God today. I can think of a couple cities in this country, if the body of Christ would just agree. I don't want to see people dead. I don't want to see them lying in ash and ruins. But if it'll save mass billions of others who are hanging in the balance, undecided, I mean, the ash and ruins of Sodom and Gomorrah are still visible today. This is how I can again prove, man, that the propaganda brainwashing is actually taking place. The History Channel constantly is like, we're searching for the lost cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm like, there ain't no searching. They're visible to the naked eye. And all the 5 cities of the plains of Zoar, man, are ash and ruins filled with brimstone to this day. Visible. They're plainly existing. As an example to this day, not to become so perverse. Like the day I was sitting watching television and was watching the cops escort, half-naked NAMBLA lunatics, man, screaming for their rights to rape little boys and girls in one newscast. And then I flipped the channel, and the next newscast, it showed other police actually arresting quiet grandmas and grandpas, shuffling with little picket signs saying, "Please keep the 10 Commandments in our public schools." And I thought, how can this be? How can cops be defending people that are screaming to screw little boys and girls, half out of their minds with depravity, and arresting, citizens for just saying, "Please keep our heritage"? There's nothing wrong with the 10 Commandments, unless you're completely insane. Don't murder one another. Don't kill one another. Don't rob one another. There's nothing wrong with the 10 Commandments. That is, if you actually like to live at peace in the world and have some happiness, want safety for your children. It happened just like that. I was watching the news and I couldn't stand the fact that I was watching my tax dollars defend, people, man, completely, as far as I'm concerned, demonically possessed, out of their gourd with lust, thinking that it's okay to molest little kids, and cops defending them, and then cops arresting, I'm serious, in the very next flip, these little grandmas, man, with picket signs being, completely within the law, quietly picketing. Keep the 10 Commandments in our public schools. I couldn't believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. And I thought, wow, man, what a far cry from, the patriots that founded this nation and the freedoms that they established with their honorable blood. I thought how they would have been rolling in their graves, man. Puking, man, at what this nation's become. Now I know there's good, true believers in the borders of this country. But you need to stand up now, man. You need to realize, man, there is a serious spirit of Antichrist systematically, man, not only eroding our freedoms, man, but will be knocking on your doors, man, if you don't stand up. If you don't let them know there's no way you and your children are going to take the mark. You're not going to accept the RFID biochip under any circumstances, and you'll fight to the death if they try to implement it. You'll make sure that it's so costly for these lunatics, and there's greed and oppression, man, to try that crap in this country, man, that they won't be able to. You better put on valor, bravery, and courage, man. The days are getting, man, down to the final moments, man. The Battle of Armageddon is not, when it says it's kingdom against kingdom, man, it's not talking about just one other nation and another, because it says in the very next, phrase, nation against nation. It's talking about the kingdom of God, man, and the kingdom of hell meeting on this battleground, the turf of earth. If you don't believe it, man, you need to take a better look at Revelation chapter 12. Realize, man, that when it says that the dark one was cast out of heaven and into earth, it means incarnate. It means he's cast into earth. In other words, the enemy of God Almighty in Christ, man, is in flesh and blood on the earth. And the messengers of the Almighty, overcome by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. In other words, it says he's fighting. In other words, the wicked one is fighting the faithful messengers of Almighty God that overcome by his precious blood and the word of their testimony. In other words, they're here during the tribulation. You better put on bravery, you better put on valor, you better put on courage just as fast as you can. You better start training your children, man, not only in the use of all weapons, all self-defense. I'm serious. Because there's coming a moment in time when God's Spirit is not going to be striving with them anymore. And these lunatics, man, are going to be completely insane. They will be your mortal adversaries. So you better make sure, with every effort that you can, praying fervently, getting rid of hypocrisy in your churches, in your towns, in your cities, and especially in our public schools. Return to God now. Your lives, not just your freedoms, your lives. If you don't, I saw atrocities, man, in this country, man, come that I pray, man, fervently will never happen. You'll get cops breaking your doors down, man. Brutalizing them. Your loved ones right in front of your eyeballs, man. Because they will have no restraint, no temperance, no godliness. They'll be just complete animals. And I tell you, man, you better find some valor and courage, man. You better train up spiritually really strong. I'm going to show you a few things before, by God's grace, before I close. And I'm going to pray, man, for this country. I want to see at least one nation be a refuge, man, for God's people, man. And I'm telling you, those of you who've been waiting, those of you of the lost tribes that have been waiting, those of you considered Jews among us, not just Jews, but of the tribes among us, you've been waiting for confirmation. You have it now. You need to return to the land of Israel, and you need to do it as soon as possible. Pack your stuff. And make sure your country realizes that you cannot lean on spiritual Egypt. You cannot lean on weapons for your security. You must lean on, and publicly acknowledge always the one true God of the universe. You must make sure that this modernization occurring in Israel, departing with atheistic thought, is a satanic influence and will bring suffering to you and your people. You must keep the faith of Yahweh. You must honor the Torah, and you must learn that the true Messiah is Yehoshua. That he is the sacrificial lamb, the Passover lamb. That he is the fulfillment of the law. That when you have Yehoshua, you will keep the law, because Yehoshua is the minister and author of the law. He will guide you spiritually so that you naturally keep every word without carnal interpretation or effort of the law, of the instructions. And I will cover that also, by God's grace, before I close. But I'm telling you, now's the time to pack your stuff and to return to the land of our fathers. To stand with your brothers and sisters, man, in the face of ungodliness, man, in this world. As long as there's not sin in your camp, you cannot be defeated. Though the whole world encamp against you, you will be victorious. He will give you wisdom and knowledge. Stop sharing the technological advancements and weapons that he gives you with anyone. Do not trust those who shake your hand and smile in your face and call you friend or ally. These days are not for that. This is time to put your trust in God and God alone. This is a time when you need to know the Almighty, not just through the interpretation of his word, but to be personally imbued like the prophets of old with his Spirit. So, if you make this and actually implement the justice of even capital punishment when he says to. If you don't, you are saying you are wiser than God. You are saying you have more knowledge than God. You're saying you know better than God Almighty, creator of the universe. And you'll suffer for your decisions. We must, as men and women of God, acknowledge the work of Christ, not only in our own behalf, but even for the people who seem so ungrateful as to commit atrocities like what has happened to me. That's not to say it's easy for me. That's not to say I still don't deal with an incredible amounts of justified anger. But I'm using that anger despite my incredible suffering to continue to pursue the arrests in hopes that it actually will also give them time to be saved. Not just save innocents from their bad decisions. And I'll keep trying until I either succeed or until I'm dead, whichever comes first. Now I imagine knowing that what just your wife did to you is almost impossible for others to believe. Let alone what the doctors then did, the nurses, the cops, and all those that joined each in their turn in their own corruption and depravity, and knowing that people would rather think you've lost your mind than believe you even enough to look at the evidence. And knowing they think it impossible for you to even have the evidence. Knowing that people then ostracize you in fear of those that have harmed you, or knowing that despite actual homicide attempts and all these crimes, you have to try and convince higher authorities of the need to act. So while you're suffering and have suffered all these things, you drag yourself to the local FBI office only to be threatened by a 7-foot man calling himself Travis, some type of Polish name, Ski or something. Then he will personally lock you up if you attempt to submit the evidence there. And then being so convicted of the need to continue on despite all the unjustified adversity that you sacrifice your education and all the money that you have left. Force yourself back. And into your vehicle to drive distances that in your condition were life-threatening. To personally meet with the governor, the U.S. Attorney General, and the prosecutor, only to have the U.S. prosecutor insult, mock, and laugh at you before you even get into 1/10 of the crimes you witnessed and personally suffered from. Though you have actual evidence enough to render a serious and immediate investigation. Imagine the psychological trauma knowing that your tax dollars have been paying individuals that actually threaten you for coming forward to report actual crimes to save other citizens' lives. So though I'm ill, and though I know even the public is offended in their disbelief of these allegations that have been successfully covered up for some time in our country, I still would rather die than live in such a culture with people this wicked and incompetent on the loose. I will succeed by actual evidence convincing you of these crimes, or die trying. I will never give up until these people are locked up or I'm dead. So you give all higher authorities the benefit of the doubt that you notified by mail, fax, email, and assume that they might have some flunkies intercept all correspondence and that the actual person's never even heard or read your cry for help. So having notified all local, state, and federal authorities in the executive chain of command, you notify all senators and all representatives, you notify all medical review boards, you spend more money filing a $10 trillion class action complaint, and have all the executive branch parties served with the complaint to make certain that they at least know of your allegations, expecting someone to investigate. Instead, your complaint is illegally dismissed by corrupt judges or judges that unfortunately weigh lesser rules of procedure over the United States Constitution and every citizen's right to redress our government for grievances. So they look over the much weightier matters of true justice, fought against and paid by henchmen attorneys and the organized criminal organizations of medical care today in America. Everything has become profit-driven. People even in government so lazy they work harder at not working than doing their jobs, or these persons would not be getting away with these crimes across this nation. I'm not saying everyone is corrupt. I'm not saying everybody's lazy. I'm not saying everybody's incompetent. I'm not saying that everybody's ignorant. I'm just saying that for these things to have taken place, there are far too many. I suppose my open challenge to our authority is to prove me wrong, please. Stand up. Help me arrest these individuals. This is a worthy investigation across America. How many people have been murdered in hospitals in this nation over the past decade? Millions! And it's time it was brought to light so that it could stop. It's time that instead of having cameras at every fast food joint, every little self-storage unit for our precious little trinkets, that we have cameras when people's lives are on the line in hospitals, that we have public supervision of the people that we trust with our lives, with the lives of our loved ones. This has not occurred. We've got cameras guarding every little tiny piece of paper called money. We've got cameras guarding every little tiny piece of property, even burgers and french fries, for crying out loud. But we don't have supervision when people's lives are in grave peril and danger. That's one of the things that must be improved in healthcare right away. Can any of you imagine being all alone in the world, man? Being stuck at having to go to cops in the region that you don't know if they're also buddies with the criminals that already did this. Can you imagine knowing that you know they will probably threaten you in their ignorance also, but having no choice but to go to them because they're the ones that are supposed to be arresting criminals like these, not perpetrating it. So this is what I must do. I have to go public. I have to go public at the same time that I'm in this method, petitioning all local, state, and federal authorities on all the way up to the president. I already have petitioned them in writings, in suits, emails, phone calls, letters. We're talking thousands of dollars, man, literally spent, man, trying to get this message through to these people that have the authority to put these practices to sleep, to stop it, to arrest these individuals without any loss of life. They've got the weapons, they've got the body armor, they can arrest these people without anybody getting killed. Instead, they've allowed me to suffer unbelievably, man. Those of you that watched all this and did nothing, man, to intervene, if you think that somehow you can wash your hands because you didn't actually perpetrate the crimes, but you did nothing to stop them either, and escape the damnation that these souls that did these heinous atrocities are under, you're mistaken. You are guilty not only under our existing laws, but you are guilty under God's law. You cannot consent in the day you see the thief, the robber, the murderer, the rapist, when you are entrusted, man, to stop them, just because they wear the uniform and you're, considering that the scandal might be just too much for Americans to bear, despite the fact that there's hundreds of scandals, now openly publicized. And it's all due to the fact that for the past couple generations we've been raising lunatics that think they came from monkeys. And so they behave like it. They behave worse than animals. Can any of you imagine being alone in the world, right? Having no choice to go to the same people, the same uniforms, for help that have already, threatened you. You don't have any other choice. Where else can I go? I know that there are good and honorable men and women in uniform. But I don't know how to discern, because they all wear the same uniform between the rapists in uniform, the murderers in uniform, and the decent ones. And if you decent ones will not clean up your own ranks, man, there's no greater danger to your safety. It's not the criminals you need to be afraid of that are out loose in the public, the citizens, the gangs. It's the criminals in your own ranks, because they're making law-abiding, decent citizens have to choose what they're going to do if you come knocking on their door. They don't know if you're, just another, fake. If you're an armed rapist, actually. It erodes law and order and the respect of law and order in America when you leave criminals, in uniform go free. They have to be arrested like all other criminals. And that goes for politicians. So I go back to the local cops in another attempt to find one, or ones that are competent enough to present the evidence to, intelligent enough to understand that it is evidence. So I apologize for the personal trauma in bringing citizens that are decent to the knowledge of these serious crimes, because I know they are traumatizing. But the worst criminals in history have always shown to be those that abuse power and public trust. It's always been politicians, governments, law enforcement, doctors, and nurses. So it's with the same trepidation that we show children documentaries of children that end up dead for taking rides with strangers. In other words, we don't want to traumatize them. It's unfortunate that we live in a world, man, that there's some people that just make the worst decisions, man, that can hurt innocent people. So I don't want to traumatize people. I don't have any other choice at this point. I have gone to the people that are supposed to do something, when crimes like this are experienced, man, to serve and protect us. I went to every single one in the entire chain of command in all branches of our government. So now I'm going public. I want these people to get off their asses! Do your duties! Do your jobs! Fulfill your oath. You are entrusted Well, what paying you for? So I apologize again for the personal trauma that I bring to decent citizens just by even telling of the crimes that I've suffered from personally. But I must continue until people stop living in their fantasy worlds and face reality, so that reality actually becomes better. I will get to the evidence during the bulk of the presentation, but especially cap briefly at the conclusion. Hours, many more hours of details of all these crimes I allege are located at www.blastthetrumpet.org.